everyone. Okay, who is this loud woman at the front of the room and why is she talking to you? Since, I'm up here talking to you because Michael Blair was too lazy to write an introduction for me, but he asked me to do this, so it's all Michael's fault. My name is Sue Schwartz. I am the planning director of the city of Greensboro. I am also the national president of the American Planning Association, so I think that's why he asked me to come and do this. I want to welcome you this morning. Who knew that housing was popular? So, you know, if I now know if you want to throw a very popular party, ask the folks at Piedmont Triad, because they said may have 100 or 150 people. We have close to 300 people here today. No, seriously, we have 300 people here today. I've been in planning more than 40 years. Housing was always kind of, oh yeah, it's over here, it's off to the side, you kind of regulate it. Well, we're popular, yay, but we have a lot of answers, we have a lot of challenges, and the only way we're going to solve this, address it in some reasonable manner, is with each other. So I'm glad we're all here together to learn from each other. I'm going to repeat this at the end in case anybody slides out, but in my role as the American Planning Association president, I would like to share with you a product that we put out last summer called the Housing Supply Accelerator Playbook. That's a long thing. All you need to do is go to www.planning.org, planning.org. If you do apa.org, you'll get the psychologists. We're related, but not exactly. Planning.org, and you'll see the link and you can download the Housing Supply Accelerator, which was a partnership between APA, the National Association of Realtors, the National League of Cities, and a few other partners in there to talk about different housing challenges and different approaches, suggested approaches on how to work on the housing problem in your community. So, but with that, there's my APA commercial. It is my very sincere pleasure to introduce Mayor Alan Joines. I reminded him this morning that I first met Mayor Joines probably close to 40 years ago, if not 38 years ago. I know I was 12. He came and talked to my 6th grade class. No. He was working in economic development. There were a group of crazy Greenway planners who were getting together and sharing things together. And we come to Winston. Judy Hunt invited us to Winston. And there was this guy from economic development promoting the Strollway, the connection between downtown and Old Salem, which is a fabulous asset. So he has been caring about Winston-Salem, its community, and connecting people for a very long time. He has been elected mayor. He's been mayor since 2005? 2001. Holy crap. Aren't you bored? Don't you have something else to do? Just asking for a friend. No, but the care, the leadership, and the cohesiveness. He's not just a leader for the city of Winston-Salem. He is a leader in this state. He's a leader in this country, and an effective elected official who puts the people in his community first. That is what I can say about Alan Joines, and I am thrilled to introduce him this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. If you're available a little later, I'd like for you to go with me to another meeting and introduce me there. Well, good morning, everyone. So wonderful to see this crowd turning out today to talk about an issue that's facing us. I believe I could say every city in the country. I know when we go to our national meetings, it's on the agenda. Here in the state, it certainly is, and it's one that we've got to get our arms around, and we're starting to chip away at it. But your being here today certainly demonstrates your commitment to working throughout our community, throughout the Triad, to bring attention to this subject. Let me certainly thank the Piedmont Triad Regional Council, as well as our City of Winston-Salem Neighborhood Resources Department for the hard work in making this happen. You know, it just didn't happen, and we're glad that this group was able to do it. I see my good friend John McPherson, who's coming up here in a moment, the newly inaugurated president of the State Board of Association of Realtors. Proud of John and the great work that he's doing and the organization's doing there. I'm with three of my colleagues on the City Council, Councilmember Barbara Burke, Councilmember, I can't count this one, Councilmember Annette Scipio, and Councilmember Vivian Joyner, and our Mayor Pro Tem Denise Adams, whom you'll hear from later on this afternoon on a panel that she's doing. And of course, we have our county commissioners here, our chairman, Don Martin, as well as our one other commissioner with us, Gray. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, and excuse me, Shay Woodbury is here. I didn't see her. She's sitting at a different table. So we're glad to have our elected officials here supporting this effort. But it's going to be a busy day for you and me as we go forward, and some great panels, a great discussion going forward. And again, let me just say thank you for being here today and bringing your guidance and your strength as we tackle this issue facing our Triad area as well as the state. Thank you so much. Now, John, do I introduce you? John, just come on up. Everybody knows John McPherson, all right?
Thanks, my friend. You know, I always have to work on that bad pun at the beginning of my speech. If you don't know me, get ready. It's bad. I accidentally mixed my research paper up with a recipe book. I now have a study on how to bake a hypothesis. Yep, don't worry. I'll be here all day, and you can hear more of them if you need to. I have the distinct honor of introducing this guy over here, and we'll get to him in just a second. First, I want to thank Leanne Nixon. Leanne, are you here? Leanne is with the Wilkes EDC, and honestly, that is why we're friends now. She introduced us to you, and in 2021, Bowen did a housing needs for the High Country Association of Realtors. Then that came into a zoning regulatory study. We took that study to the UNC School of Government, and guess what? They worked with us to identify land for affordable housing townhomes. Thank you, sir, for that. He's done the Carolina Core study. If you don't know what that is, all you have to do is say there's more in the core and ask Mayor Joines about it. He'll be glad to tell you anything you want to about why you need to be on that 74 pathway up towards from Fayetteville all the way up to Wilkes County. It is the one of the big centers now. We're going after Charlotte. We're going after Raleigh in this area. Please don't repeat that so that all my friends that are members of our association in those areas get mad at me for saying that, but I'm home right now. I got installed upstairs the 30th of this month, so this is nice to be back here. The other joke was that I never take shortcuts because then I'd end up in a data jam, but that really didn't play as well, so we'll just, go with that there. But Patrick Bowen, he's a smart guy. You know how I know he's a smart guy? He's an Argo. Yes, he went to college just south of Jacksonville, Florida. Siesta Key area and stuff like that. So that was a smart move. I think all of us, if we could go back to looking at our college days, we might not go to the coldest place in the world, even though Appalachian's awesome. We probably would go to University of Hawaii or things like that. So Patrick Bowen, president of Bowen National Research, has conducted numerous housing studies, and he's consulted, as I said earlier, with cities and counties and state developments. Not only affordable, but market rate housing for both rental and for sale housing. You're going to learn that we have over 700,000 housing needs across our state. I'm not stealing. I'm not going to go any deeper. And it's all types of real estate products that he's going to be talking about. We've got housing, we've got retail, office and industrial mixed-use developments and stuff that they've been doing studies on. He's worked closely with a lot of groups, but where we know him the best is a partnership with the North Carolina Home Builders Association, the Chamber of Commerce, and the North Carolina Realtors. Yes, the home builders, the realtors, and the Chamber of Commerce are all working together in your state. This is a rarity. Here in Winston-Salem, the home builders and realtors work together as well. We're very lucky and very honored to have Patrick here. I want you to give him a warm welcome. He's going to load you down with a huge, huge amount of information, but don't worry, once you load the PDF up, it is searchable in Adobe. I've found that out. He's just awesome, and please, please give him a warm Winston-Salem welcome to Patrick Bowen. appreciate it, man. I try.
Well, that was incredibly kind for John to say those things about me. Again, I'm Patrick Bowen, president of Bowen National Research. We're an Ohio-based research firm, but we do work all over the United States. And as I mentioned in other speaking engagements here in North Carolina, we actually do more work in North Carolina than anywhere in the nation. We've done probably about 650 studies of some type, not housing needs assessments necessarily, but individual projects and things like that. So we've been into North Carolina quite a bit over the last, I've been doing this for 27 years, and I said this before, and again, people think I say that because it's the audience, I'm just playing to the audience. This is where I want to be. I want to be in North Carolina, and someday I will convince my wife to move here, but right now we've got children and grandchild up in Ohio. But I tell you what, I had a breakthrough this weekend. We spent the weekend, I've been here for 2 weeks. I'll be back next week to do many other speaking engagements, but we were in Wilmington this weekend. And I said something about, I think I want to retire in like 9 years, and this is what I want to do. And she said, for the first time ever, because she always like, no, we're not moving. It's too hot. It's too far from the family or whatever. And she's like, well, maybe we can get a condo down here or something small. We could downsize. And I had to like really downplay my excitement because I knew if I was like, really, I think she would have reversed course. So there's 2 studies that I'll talk about, but I'll focus really on one, and it's the Carolina Core Study, and I'll show you what that is and talk about that in a second. But I presented that for the first time in late September. It was at High Point University, and that was the day after the hurricane had come through, and they still had a pretty good turnout. Over, I think, 350 people showed up, and in that moment, I had offered at the end, as I do in many of my presentations, I said, look, one of the most important things we can all do, and my role could be, is inform, educate the public on what we found and what does this mean. And most of the time, people don't take me up on the offer. It's like, I will get on any virtual call, so I'm making that pledge to you all, get me on a call. If I can get down here, if I'm in the area and you have a council meeting, some kind of housing advocacy group that you want to meet and talk about housing, reach out to me, okay? I want to make sure just people understand what we've learned and how I think we can help you all. With that said, when I made that offer back in September, the Carolina Core, North Carolina responded. And so I'm here essentially for 3 straight weeks. I'm going to be back again for at least 1 week, if not 2 weeks in April. And so people have taken me up on that, and I think in the last, so I was here a week ago Monday. By the end of next week, I will have spoken several times. I probably will have spoken to about 1,500 people. Now, my wife said to me, and that's good, right? It's people like yourselves that care about housing. And so my wife said to me yesterday, she said, I said, well, I'm really happy with the turnout at these events. It's important that people hear what we're learning. And she said, how big's the event tomorrow in Winston-Salem? And I said, about 300. And she said, 1,000? So for a second, I was like, I could correct her. I was like, no, yeah, it's about 300,000. It's at a stadium. And she's like, yo, you're like Taylor Swift. And I go, no, I'm bigger. I'm bigger than Taylor Swift. So anyway, all right, let's get going here. I've got a lot of data to cover. I'm going to be careful of my time, be respectful, because I know you guys have a tight schedule. All right, so we did two studies. One was the Carolina Core region, and so that's the entire Carolina Core region, which is like economic investment development region. I think Wilkes County is the one that's technically not in it, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it's Surrey, but it essentially goes from Wilkesboro on the west over to kind of like Burlington and then down towards Fayetteville. All right, so that study was commissioned by the North Carolina Realtors. I also did, which I'm not going to present here today, but you can find that study. It's the statewide North Carolina study, where we actually studied all 100 counties. So if you're interested in another county outside of this 21 county region, go to North Carolina Chamber Foundation, North Carolina Chamber Foundation. You can find the statewide study. I'll have the link. Plus, I think you had the QR code in your little booklets here for the individual county summaries that we did for this region. The actual overall study is not in that QR code, but if you go to, I think it's NC Realtors website, they'll have the link to that. I think I have it at the end of this presentation. All right, so I'm going to focus in on the region as a whole, but I'll talk a lot about the Piedmont Triad region, which is 12 counties that I marked there in red. What did we do? We looked at a lot of demographics, economic, and housing supply information, whether it was apartments or anything else that you could rent, which we refer to as non-conventional rentals. Single-family homes, looking at history, homes that would have sold and how those home prices are changing and things like that. What's available. We looked at what's in the pipeline, what is coming, what's going to be built. And then we got a lot of good community input. I'm very grateful for all the parties that helped us get word out. We had about 2,300 people participate in some capacity to give us input, so this wasn't just Bowen pulling data. We did hear from the people of the region, and then we have housing gap estimates, basically what is needed for each one of the counties across the region, both rental and for sale. So about over 3,000 points of contact were made during this endeavor. All right, so I'll start. So the study is packed with a lot of good population and household information. I'm just going to pick a few here just because of given my time. But I'll focus in on households first. So this is overall household growth for the entire Carolina core region. On the graph on the left-hand side, it's 2010, showing growth up through 2028. You've added 125 households, 125,000 households. Over that time period, you're expected to add another almost 29,000 households. So with additional households, you will need additional housing. But that's not where housing stops. I mean, if it was that easy, I would just pull data, get the projections, and issue a report and say you need this many housing units. But housing is more complicated than that. People are living in housing they probably shouldn't be in. People are paying for housing that they really can't afford. You have a lot of commuters that would move into this area, and I'll talk about that. There could be housing for them, but they can't move here because you don't have it either available or affordable, or maybe it's just not what they're looking for. And then we have growth rates on the right-hand side. The light blue is the Carolina core region, change in households over different time periods compared to the state of North Carolina overall. And so you're growing fast, much like the state is overall. All right, this is the counties, the change in percent of change of households from 2023 to 2028. Darker blues, the greater growth. And so in here in Piedmont Triad, you've got 7 of the counties that are expected to have some positive growth. So they're shown in those lighter blues, still very positive numbers. I think Forsyth and Guilford counties are expected to add over about 4,000 households apiece. But still positive growth in many of the counties. But even in those counties where it's not expected to grow, you still have housing needs. You still have housing issues. And I'll show you that here in a moment. All right, this is, again, just the Carolina core region as a whole. This is the change in incomes from 2023 to 2028. Again, light blue is the region, dark blue is the state. So you see here on the left-hand side of that graph, households make less than $50,000 a year is expected to decline in the region. And then again, this is just renter households. And the renter households that make over $50,000 a year are expected to grow. So you can see you need housing for this higher growth for moderate to higher income households. But what I caution everybody when they see something like this is, even though you have a decline of lower income households, it does not mean you don't need affordable housing. You absolutely do. But again, I just don't want people to draw that conclusion, and I'll show you why lower income households need housing. This might be hard for some of the folks in the back to see, but what this is 2028, the distribution of renter households by income level. So the lighter blue on the left-hand side would be the lowest income households, and as you work your way across the right, it gets to the higher income households in the dark blue. So I marked the Piedmont Triad area counties in red, and for the most part, most of your counties will have at least 50%, in some cases closer to 60 or 70% of your renter households are still going to make less than $50,000 a year. So you can see you're still, even these changes that are expected to happen, you're still going to have a lot of lower income households. And then as I said before, where's all the growth expected in those higher income households? So you have two things kind of feeding housing needs across really the whole state, but in this region in particular. Then we did the same thing for owner households. This is the change in households by income levels. Again, lower income households declining. Where's the growth? A little bit different now, different story here. Most of the growth in the region, again, this is Carolina core as a whole, it's in the households that make over $100,000 a year. So if you're making $100,000 or more a year, you can afford a home over $300,000. And you have been building that stock. I'll show you, that's where much of your stock that you have available to purchase now is, but you need more of this higher end product as well. And then just like I did before, marking the Piedmont Triad counties in the red, and then showing the distribution of owner households by different income levels. And now that darker blue are those that dominate this. That's those that make over $100,000 a year. And so you have some counties where it's, well, almost half of the owner-occupied market, and then most of the other markets is probably close to a quarter. So a lot of moderate to higher income households, but what you don't have, and I'll show you here in just a few minutes, in terms of those lower income owners, and they even think of the renters that might want to transition into home ownership, you don't have a lot of first-time home, what we would all call or consider first-time home buyer housing, meaning, again, might vary from county to county. But mostly that's housing that is priced at under $200,000. You don't have a lot of that. So again, lower income, moderate income households are going to have a challenge trying to find housing that they can afford. Another one that I picked here was household distribution of those between the ages of 35 and 54. Again, this is growth from 2023 up to 2028. Your counties in the Piedmont Triad marked in red. 3 of your counties are expected to grow in those segments, while the rest are either supposed to remain relatively stable, or and then some will decline in those groups. Now keep in mind, it doesn't mean when you have a decline in these this particular age groups that those people are necessarily leaving those counties. Some of that is just people aging in place, right? I'm 30, I'm 53 right now, and over this 5-year period, I will move up into the next age group. So some of that is just people moving out of the area. But one of the trends we've seen nationally and even here in North Carolina is a lot of the non-urban areas are really having a tough time holding on to the younger people, those are under age 35 for a variety of reasons. But even these folks in that 35 to 54, there are some more rural communities that have a tough time holding on to these folks because they're looking for something else, housing, jobs, cultural reasons, education, whatever it might be. How about those age 55 and older? Every single county in the, whether it's a Carolina core or a Piedmont Triad area, you're expected to have some kind of growth. In the Piedmont Triad area, I think your ranges are 2.5% growth over this 5-year period. In Montgomery County and then Alamance County at 6.6. So as you think ahead, what kind of housing should we be planning and thinking about? It should be housing to help those that are age 55 and older. Some of those will want to be downsizing, and you know this probably just from your own personal experience or just talking to people that you know. There's not a lot of housing for seniors to downsize into that have the first floor entry and things like that. They're single-story buildings. So it's certainly a challenge and something that folks should be thinking about as you plan for housing in the future. All right, so this is inflow workers. These are the people that commute into every one of these counties on a daily basis. And so I marked again in red those counties that are in the Piedmont Triad area. And the largest numbers, 145,000 are coming into Guilford, another 103 coming to Forsyth County. But you can see every county has some level of people coming in. Why does this matter? These are just the commuters. And so one of the reasons I put this in here and other slides that I often do is I assume that most of you are here because you care about housing in some capacity, whether it's your career or whether it's some organization you represent that's providing services to people, that trying to get them into housing. But these are the workers that come into your area. They earn the wages in your county or any of these counties, but they take it somewhere else. They spend it somewhere else. And so this is an economic issue, absolutely, for a lot of communities. And why this is also important is some of those counties that are smaller, and I showed you some of the counties aren't growing, but yet you've got, in many cases, in every case, you've got more than 1,000 people coming in. Most cases over 4,000, many cases over 10,000 people coming into these counties. Why don't these people live in the county that they work? They want to. I'll give a sneak peek to one of the slides I'm going to show you in a minute, is when we asked, we surveyed over 2,000 people, whether they were residents of one of these counties, but also people that were not residents of any one of these 21 counties. We got a couple hundred of those people surveyed. We asked them the question, would you live in the county you worked if housing was available and affordable to you? I think you guys broke the record. I got to go back and look, but I think it's like 72% of those people that weren't residents of this 21 county area said, I would live here if housing was available and affordable to me. So that's why these commuters matter. So for those, if anybody in here is in a rural community and you're economic development, planning, elected official, whatever you are, and you're trying to make a case to a developer, why would I build here? We're not growing. You can grow. You have a lot of commuters coming into these areas. So a lot of opportunity for areas to grow, to grab more of these commuters and keep them in your area. They're earning your money. Why not have them spend the money in your county? So this is employment growth from 2013 up to 2023. So all the green is all the positives. So most of the counties had very positive job growth. More job growth, you have more demand on housing. And even for some of the counties that are declining, this whole region's got so much economic investment going on in the billions of dollars. So you're going to see a lot of additional job growth in the years ahead that'll drive housing demand. All right, so there's a lot of numbers on here. This is just the Piedmont Triad area now. I didn't have space to put the others in. So this is limited to the 12 counties in your particular region. And so this is, I wanted to get to housing age and condition or quality. So you see the age of product, pre-1970 product, kind of on the left side of that table. Overcrowded housing, which is in the center part of that. That is, it's a federal definition, so it's units with 1.01 persons or more per room. So this is really genuine overcrowded housing. And then units, believe it or not, we got folks living in units that do not have complete plumbing or kitchen facilities. Not just in North Carolina, it's all over the country, right? And so what we did is in the darker reds, those would be areas that, counties that have higher shares than the region as a whole. So if you're interested in a particular county, you could see like places like Davie County has a high share of renter overcrowded housing. What else? Randolph County has a lot of renters that are living in units that don't have complete plumbing or kitchen facilities. Same for ownership. So point being, you have people in housing, they're housed, so are they part of our housing needs? Should we address that, or should we just worry about growth? That's a debate you all need to have. But what we did is I wanted to document that, and I wanted to account for that, because there's just people living in substandard federal definition of housing. So do we need to address that? How about people that are paying excessive amounts towards their housing costs? Again, federal definitions. Housing cost burden, meaning people that pay over 30% of their income. That's a housing cost burden. It's considered too much. But how about severe cost burden? People that pay over 50% of their income. Fathom that. 50% of your income or more applied to just your housing cost. That does not leave you very much for essentials, other essentials of life. Let alone, again, don't care about housing, but you care about the economy. You got more people spending more money on their housing. That's less money to spend in your stores, your restaurants, other things that will help drive the economy. So it's not good for the economy to have people putting so much money towards housing costs. So again, this was just the Piedmont Triad area, and if you look on the right-hand side, very far right side, share of severe cost burden households, not a lot of red in there. Now, this was done on a scale of all 21 counties, so when I took those other counties out, those counties had all the red. They had a much more affordability issue than you all have. But nonetheless, you still have places like Forsyth County where almost 25% of your renters are severe cost burden. That is high, right? So Forsyth, from this table, you can derive, they have an affordability issue with housing. And they all do in some capacity, but I was just pointing that one out just to give you an example of what to look for. All right, so multifamily apartments. So this is where my staff called 761 apartments across the region, over 96,000 units we inventoried. So we talked to property managers, leasing agents, surveyed it, and broke those survey out by different types. So market rate housing, then there's tax credit, meaning housing that generally serves households that make $40,000 to like $65,000 a year, somewhere in that area. Again, it's going to vary from county to county. And then government subsidized housing, which would be those households generally that make less than $40,000 a year. So you can see on the right-hand side, I marked in red vacancy rates, market rate 6.7. I'm going to explain what's going on in the broader region. Again, this is the Carolina core as a whole. But then tax credit, 1%. Government subsidized, 0.2%. What's good? You typically want to be about 4 to 6% vacant. You want vacancies so people can move around as life happens to them, right? They get married, have kids, job changes, whatever it might be. Workers that might want to relocate to your county. You want vacancies, again, 4 to 6%. Market rate wise, you're close to it, and it's just a handful of counties that's kind of propping that number up, and I'll talk about that. But the tax credit and government subsidies, look how low those are. And I don't know if I put wait list in this particular presentation, but you have thousands of people waiting to get into affordable housing opportunities. Again, I don't have an agenda, and I'm not trying to push affordable housing. I just need people to understand the circumstances that the workforce, and I'll talk about the workforce in a second, are really struggling to buy a home, to find something to rent. So, but with that said, incredible opportunities to do all kind of housing in the region, whether it's higher end market rate or governments, all the way down to government subsidized. All right, so these are the vacancy rates for all 21 counties in the core. I marked yours in red. So you have several counties that are well under that 4% where you want to be. Some down at 0. I mean, there's just nothing, we couldn't find anything available. That doesn't mean we surveyed everything, but we got most of the multifamily apartments. But then you've got 3 of there's, I marked in green, 3 of the 4 that are shown in green are within your region. So those are, Alamance, Forsyth, and Guilford. They're right where they want to be. Those markets are overall, they're where they should be. And then you've got places that are much, much higher, over 10%, including Davie County. Now, Davie County, what's happening there, by the way, is, and that's the same for all 4 of those down at the bottom, Hoke, Davie, Johnston, and what is that? Durham, Chatham, thank you. And most cases, that's just, they have so much new product that's been released into the market. So those are projects that are in their initial lease-up stage when we surveyed them. A 200-unit project that just opened a few months ago, and they've leased 5 units, or whatever the number might have been. And so it's inflating those numbers a little bit. And so if I take those out, those vacancy rates actually drop quite a bit in those 4 particular counties. So I don't want people to look at this in any case and go, wow, we've got some high vacancies, we shouldn't develop in those counties. Just, I put out the word of caution. Just be careful in some of these markets where you have some higher vacancy rates. Just do your due diligence, because there's usually an opportunity to do some type of housing. But nonetheless, so the overall Piedmont Triad region, pretty good vacancy rates. In some cases, though, significantly lower than where you need to be. And then here's where I did break out. I wanted to show market rate. So it's those 4 counties in the darker blues. And anyone that's in your area was the one I mentioned before, Davie County. But everything else is close to 6% or lower in those lighter colors. So low vacancy rate among the market rate. I just wanted to show that one, even though I do tax credits and we do government subsidized. I just wanted people to understand market rate was just a little bit different across the entire Carolina core region. And then here's the tax credit. Again, everything low in this area. All of them below 2.3% in terms of vacancy rates. And then this is government subsidized. So virtually all of them below 1%, many of them at 0. So there's just not a lot of government subsidized housing across the entire Carolina core region, as well as the Piedmont Triad area. All right, so if you can't rent an apartment, what else can you rent? This would be anything else that's not an apartment. So it's mobile homes, it's houses, duplexes, anything like that. And so I put in we call these non-conventional rentals. So I put a column in there that says how many there are per county. And then I put on here how many we found vacant. And our staff's really good at digging for this stuff. And then look at the vacancy rates. Anything in red, I think, is under 0.3%. So essentially nothing available. But all your counties in the Piedmont Triad are marked in the orange, so you can kind of see those. But everything is low with what, 2 exceptions under 1%. So everything else, everything is below 1% except for 2 of the counties in the entire Carolina core region. So not very many apartments, with some exceptions on market rate, and not very much available for these non-conventional rentals. So you have a shortage of rental housing. You know this, but I think here, this lets you see how significant the shortage is. All right, how about for sale housing? I'm going to speed this up a little bit. These are the number of homes that were sold on an annual basis from 2020 up to 2024. That's what the blue bars are. So you can see the blue bars started to decline in 2022, right when interest rates took hold, right? So it did what it was intended to do, is to slow down some of the sales activities. But what it didn't do is that green, and again, this is the entire Carolina core, the green line is the median home price. Didn't slow it down. It slowed it down some, the pace of the increase, but it didn't stop the increase. So home prices continue to climb through 2024. Now I'm going to go through these real quick, but if you pick out your county, this is, again, median sales price of homes for each one of the 12 counties in the region. Here's the first 4. But I noted at the top, right under the county name, how much they're going up. Alamance, $112,000 since 2020. $72,000 in Caswell. $80,000 in Davidson. $92,000 in Davie. $81,000 in Forsyth. $85,000 in Guilford. Montgomery, $21,000, so probably one of the smallest increases. Randolph, $83,000. Rockingham, 81. Stokes, 98,000. Surrey, 82,000. Yadkin, 90,000. Incomes are not rising in these counties that fast, right? So you can see home ownership just keeps getting further and further out of reach. All right, so what's available? We found almost 4,000 homes available across the entire Carolina Core region. Where's most of that product? Over half of it's priced over $300,000. And on the flip side of that, anything under $200,000, that makes up less than 20% of your available inventory. And by the way, let me back up there. And so there's almost 4,000 available homes. If I compare that to all owner-occupied housing, that comes back with what we call an availability rate. So it's like a vacancy rate for apartments. We call it availability rate for for-sale housing. It's 0.5%. Where should you be for for-sale housing? That should be about 2 or 3%. So you are so far below, I'm talking Carolina Core region, but it's the same thing for Piedmont Triad region. It's really, really a low inventory of for-sale housing. So then what I put on here was just breaking out some of the key metrics of every one of the counties, those availability rates that I talked about. And again, your counties are marked in orange for the Piedmont Triad area. And almost all the counties were under 1% or really 0.5% or lower. And then for realtors in the room who deal with months of inventory, and what that is if you took, and I'll just take one county here, Alamance County, 173 homes are available. If you didn't build another house, how long would it take for those homes, 173 homes, to get sold and you run out of inventory if everything's sold at the normal pace? So months of inventory, how fast will that be gone? You see in that column where I have months of supply, almost every one of those is under 1 month. I think all of them are under 2 months with a couple exceptions. Where do you want that to be? The debate between realtors is different. Well, 4 to 6 is where you want to be. Some people say maybe as much as 7 months. Again, so let's go 4 to 7 months. That's a healthy market. You've got a good inventory that meets the needs. You have less than 2 months in most of these markets. So it doesn't matter if I do availability rate or months of supply, it's telling the same message. You don't have enough inventory. And then we broke it out by price point. Again, I showed you on that one bar graph a moment ago, most of the available stuff is priced over $300,000. That's also true for each one of your counties. I think most of the counties I marked in red, anytime that county, that was the highest share of homes within a price range. And look, if you look on the far right-hand side, most of your counties were marked in red for the homes prices over $400,000 a year. So not a lot of stuff priced under $200,000. I was just in Johnston County Tuesday presenting, and in Johnston County, which is not highlighted because it's not part of the Carolina Core, right in the middle there, Johnston County, go across those first 2 columns of homes by prices. They have 16 houses under $200,000 for an entire county. That's one of the, but there's many counties like that in your region as well, right? So there's just not a lot to choose from. And when a home is priced under $200,000, not universally true, but most of the time when a home is priced under $200,000, it's priced under $200,000 for a reason, right? There's issues with it, quality, weatherization, whatever it might be. So now it might have been affordable for a low to moderate income household to buy it, but now they need more money to fix it up, to get it up to reasonable living standards. And then, boy, I got so much to cover here. All right, let me see if I can speed this a little bit faster. To me, this is so important, though. All right, so there's these different statistical areas established by the government, and so you can see the different counties fall within different statistical areas by the colors. So within the Piedmont Triad area, there are 4 colors that pertain to your 12 counties, whether it's red, purple, yellow, or brown. I put on the left-hand side there the letters, because I can't fit the actual names of these statistical areas in the tables I'm going to show you. So if you look where your county is, look for your color, and I'm going to show you a table now. You might be in A, you might be in area D, and so forth, all right? So let's go look now at what people can afford to rent. These are the most common occupations across the entire region. We didn't pick these, or the top 20 or so, I think I picked roughly, maybe 2 dozen. And so I marked in it's kind of hard to see, but I put in a black outline on those 4 areas that fall within the Piedmont Triad area. But what I'm about to say could apply to any of these. So if you take cashiers and you look at people, battery is running low. All right. So Piedmont we'll take park, area A, cashiers, and that you see that a typical cashier in that area can afford a rent of $663. And now you see, go down, that's all those occupations, that's what those workers can afford to pay. If you look at the very bottom in the green, that's the fair market rent, a two-bedroom fair market rent. So in area A, it's $1,200. A lot of those workers aren't even close to that wage. Now, this is one worker, right? There's many households that have two wage earners, but what that's telling you is you better have a second wage earner, you better have a second job to be able to reasonably afford a rental. So you can see the workforce, the wages they earn, and the housing cost for rentals, there's a disconnect. How about for sale housing? Almost all red. Meaning, again, those workers cannot afford what is common in those areas. I put at the bottom the median list price of whatever was available in every one of those counties. You could take that cashier job, in many of those jobs, you could, just do area A, that particular statistical area. You could, what do you have to do? Quadruple that before that worker can afford to purchase a home. So home ownership is mostly out of reach for the bulk of your workforce. So again, you don't care about housing, but you care about the wages and the workers, then you should care about housing. All right, the rental gaps. A lot of stuff went into this, a lot of stuff I just showed you. The household growth, severe cost burden, substandard housing, all the things that I showed you built into this. This is the overall rental gap by county from 2024 up to 2029. Number of units needed, these are rentals. So you can see for your Piedmont Triad area, the 12 counties in combined, it's about 41,000 units you need to solve all of your housing issues within these 12 counties. And no surprise, right? Guilford and Forsyth would be some of the bigger ones because they're the bigger counties. But every county has some level of need for rental housing. We did the same thing for home ownership. 70,000 units needed in the 12 counties here, and I listed the top 4. There's a significant need, much greater than the rental side. And then I'm just going to talk through one of these, and then we'll just scroll through these really quick. This is the housing gaps by county. And at the top, we'll just do in the blue first, percent AMHI, it means area median household income. I have it at 50% or less. That ties to any kind of government subsidy. So those that deal with subsidized housing, that's what they're looking for. But I realize most people don't deal in that world, right? And so what does that mean in terms of maybe rent? Maybe that's your thing. You're a developer and I need to hit certain rents. So I put right under that, first thing I put was the income. What does that income equate to for people that make 50%? That's people that make $38,000 a year or less, rents of $973, or how about home ownership? They can buy a home up to about $129,000. So depending on what you're looking for, we show you, whether it's the rent or the price, what does that different bands that we're looking at correspond to? And then we have the rental gaps, and then we have the for sale gaps going across the spectrum. So now if you look for your county, more affordable stuff's on the left, the higher price stuff is on the right, whether it's rental or for sale. And now I'm going to go ahead and go through the rest of these other counties. So you can look for your county. You can see where the gaps are the greatest. And one of the things you would notice, I didn't mark it on here, but in most cases for rentals, it's housing that's affordable to people that make up to about 80% of median income. So for the most part, $1,600, $1,700 is probably the most they could afford to rent. And for the home ownership side, it's mostly for people that make over 80%, and actually by 121% or more of median income. So every county has some type of need, some more than others. Most, it's more for the affordable rentals, and then for sale housing, moderate to higher price housing. All right, and I'm just going to cherry pick a couple here, just out of respect of everybody's time. So we asked over 2,000 people what is needed, and we probably asked about 15 different questions. I just threw a couple up there as a sample on the table, and then I picked some of the biggest highlights. But the biggest thing of all is, what are they telling us? It's affordability is the biggest challenge to them. They gave us some sense of what kind of rents and home prices they would look for, $1,250 less in terms of rent, home prices under $250,000. And then I mentioned on the bottom left-hand side before, about 72% of the people that do not live in this area would move here if you had housing that met their needs. Employer survey. So for those that are trying to have a conversation of what does it mean to the employers, if you set aside all the data that Bowen collected, forget about what the residents told us, Forget about the things you've been hearing from others. You just want to hear about from the employers. The employers are saying housing is a problem. So almost 80% of them are saying it's affordability is impacting their employees. But those second two bullet points are the ones that really hit home. The majority, about 52% of the employers say housing is hurting my ability as an employer to attract workers. And we hear that all the time. There's all kind of stories in the news of employers trying to find employees for a lot of reasons. But this question was about housing specifically. We didn't say, are you having trouble attracting employees? We said, is housing causing you a problem? So over half of them said yes. About a third said that retaining their employees. That number keeps climbing. Every time we do one of these surveys, the number of employers that are saying retaining my workforce is related to housing, it keeps climbing and climbing. So even holding on to your workforce, why? Because rents are climbing, home prices are climbing, wages aren't climbing as fast. That's a problem for employers. And then maybe one of the biggest of all, it's the last bullet point, over 30% of the employers said, I would hire more people if we could solve our housing issues. So my advice to those that might be making their case in front of elected officials, that's one of the things I would talk about. In fact, if I were in charge of bringing people together to have a conversation about housing, I would be inviting employers to the table, right? We used to ask, we still do, we ask the question, would you want to be involved with housing? And that answer keeps climbing and climbing, where employers are saying, yeah, I do care about housing now because it's hurting my business. If I would have done this pre-COVID, 5% of employers would have said yes. Now today, it's probably closer to 25, 30% of employers are saying, I want to be part of the solution in some capacity, have a conversation with me. So, but then stakeholders, community leaders, much like yourselves, affordability, availability, those kind of things are the biggest issues. And then they told us things like what homeowners are looking for, what renters are looking for. And then I extracted this one out because I thought if I would make one point to you all about one specific thing, what would it be? And that's why don't you have more development than you do have? So we asked stakeholders, what is preventing the area from having more housing? And the first three are all tied to cost, whether it's labor and materials, cost of land, cost of infrastructure, how about availability of land, and even land or zoning regulations is a big one. And I know that's a big topic for a lot of folks here in North Carolina as well as other parts of the country. So cost, big one, making it tough for developers to do things, but the land and zoning are obviously contributing factors. All right, you don't expect it to read that because if you can read any of that, you got incredible vision. I just wanted to put that up there to let you know that we've identified over 300 sites, and that's not every site in the entire Carolina Core region, but there's sites in there. And there's a whole strategy. You could do some cool things with sites. And then on the right-hand side, I think we found over 100 different contacts at different organizations that you could reach out to be part of the solution. And then we didn't, because it's a 21 county study, and then you've got your 12 here in the Piedmont Triad area, we didn't develop individual plans. That's up to the communities now, whether it's county or municipality, and I know some groups across the region have started to be proactive in developing housing plans, but you do want to do that. You want to start to have some kind of structure. Now that you have some data to help guide you a little bit, you can start to develop your own goal setting, common sense, but now you have data points to point to. Do we need more rentals? Do we need more for sale? Is it more affordable? Could it be luxury stuff? Even the data that we have on substandard housing, should we make a part of our focus on rehabilitating the existing housing stock? How much new construction should be part of our focus? You have data within this study to help make some of those decisions and set those goals. Capacity building plays a big role in a lot of communities, particularly in rural areas, meaning everybody in this room probably wants housing to be solved. And people outside this building want housing to be solved. But many communities lack an entity, a group, a task force, a housing coalition, call it what you want, somebody spearheading housing issues and serving that capacity to solve some of your housing issues. So that should be a focus. A lot of marketing and outreach. I've seen some really cool things that cities have done, and counties, that have done across the United States to promote the opportunities. And then probably modifying policies or implementing different policies. As Sue said, the Accelerator Playbook, I've seen that thing. It's really, really good. So take a look at that. So if you were a novice to housing and you're like, I don't know what can be done, that's a great document to look at, because what it does is give you examples of, it tells you strategies you can do, but then it gives you case studies. And that's another resource for us. If you reach out to me, because we work with so many communities, Patrick, we are thinking about, we've got blight in our community, and we don't know the best way to address it. Not only can I tell you where to look, I can tell you, I'm going to put you in contact with this person in this city. They've done remarkable work. And you can take that for just about any kind of housing issue you have. There's a chance that I know somebody or I've read about some community that's done something. So use me as a resource as well as that playbook. And I think that is it. Again, the Carolina Core Study is on the NC Realtors website. And I know I'm talking with them about doing some other tools that might be available to folks. But with that said, we got about 5 minutes for any questions you might have. It's a lot of data, I know, but be lucky. The study is a couple hundred. Well, Mike, where are you at, Mike? Mike Barr. Mike, what'd you tell me? 370. He says 370 pages. Now, not all of that's stuff to read, but it's a big report, and there's a lot of good information on individual counties. So with that said, I will answer questions. Yes, ma'am. No. So everything's on a county level. If you would like to reach out to me, I can pull data for you. We can pull stuff on a municipality for sure.
Thank you, Patrick. Early on, you showed a slide about the change in income in the different counties, and maybe I missed it. Just wanted to ask, how much of that is households within those counties changing their own income status versus moving in or out of the counties?
So I can't give you a number of how many are, but his example is somebody's income climbs, and so we see a change in moderate to higher income households. So is that somebody that just their income climbed? Here's a good example of that. Two people, 30 years old, right? They're going to get married. They're separate households, each make $30,000 a year. They get married, and so now they've become one household. So you lost a household technically, but you gained a $60,000 household. Those people were still there. Nothing has changed. They just came together as a couple. And so you'll see those kind of things. I think our data, our projections moving forward is from ESRI. It's a national demographer. And so I suspect, I don't know this for a fact, but I suspect they built in millennials should be getting married, right? They should be getting married and having kids. And so they've modeled some of that in. And so some of that would be just they're there, the incomes are climbing just through anticipated increases in income, but sometimes it's household people joining together in a household that raises the income. So good question. But I don't know how many of that is due to growth of income versus people that come to the area. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen, for your presentation. So I recently graduated with my degree in architecture, and I now work for Walter Robb's Architects across the street. And during my studies in college, we were kind of talking about modular housing and just solutions to bring down the affordability crisis. So I was just wondering if your team has kind of talked about any solutions to this crisis or what that might look like in the face of these numbers.
Yeah, so this actually came up this morning when I was talking to some folks. The good news is, while the country's facing this housing crisis, there's a lot of solutions through this. It's not one thing or even a couple things. So modular homes can be a pathway through this. Now, I'm just saying this and we didn't study it for this particular study, but, and I'm not saying this is universally true. I'm just saying from my experience and talking to some modular home builders, the standards have been raised, right? They're getting better and better. So on the surface, this might look like a reasonable alternative to get some kind of affordable housing as opposed to traditional stick-built homes that most of us are used to. But when I go to look at what they charge for these homes, like they're robotically built, right? They're building these things and they assemble them on site. These are not inexpensive homes, right? In many cases, again, just from my random sampling, a lot of times these homes are over $300,000. That's not first-time home buyer housing. So in principle, I think that type of housing, communities should be open to it. That's what would be my advice. Be open to that product, but just make sure you understand, okay, we're just bringing in something that's affordable, but it's not. It's in many cases, it's over $300,000, and that's not what we need. So I would be asking those questions of modular home builders. What is that product, and what is the price point, maybe more importantly? One more question.
In your numbers and projections, both on rental units needed as well as for sale houses needed, into consideration short-term rentals in the sense Greensboro, I think there's about 4,500 short-term rentals, and how that also increases the demand.
Not for this. Normally, if we study just an individual county and we do like a really deep dive, absolutely, especially, I would say Western, well, it's all North Carolina, but Western North Carolina has a lot of that. Eastern North Carolina has a lot of that. And so we would look at that type of housing. How much is it? How's it changed over the years? What do they charge? Those kind of things. For this study, we had a specific scope, 21 counties, so we only dove so deep in it. I'll give you another example, something we didn't study that would be pertinent. Students in the market, living off campus, what are their role? How much are they absorbing of the market? So there's other things that do influence housing that we didn't get to. But it's a good point. I thank you for having me, folks.
And on a personal note, I want to thank Patrick because the report came out, Guilford County projected to need 32,000 new units, both rental and for ownership. And that kind of woke some people up a lot. My city manager has initiated the road to 10,000. Now, granted, every project that comes in the door now is a part of the road to 10,000, but but the idea of really emphasizing on what we need to do to grow, to focus a lot of our resources, not just one or two departments, but all of us. Thank you, Patrick, for doing that, and for also explaining or helping reinforce that economic development and housing are actually linked. I heard this at a housing summary about the accelerator, and said you got to start thinking housing is where the jobs go to sleep at night. And just keep repeating that because that's how important it is. So with that, now that you've got a lot of knowledge imparted upon you, a lot of numbers, we have a 15-minute break, so enjoy, and we'll see you in 15. Okay. Part 2, or next part. I have the I was going to say pleasure to introduce Tyler Mulligan, but he broke my heart recently about a project we've been working on in Greensboro, and I called for his advice, and he was kind of like Dr. No. So, yeah, he's a great guy. He's really smart. He doesn't tell you what you want to hear. Dadgummit. We went to Duke, too. But he also went to Yale, so he's a certified smart guy. Actually, if you do work in the development universe in local government, you have to know Tyler and his group. They are a font of knowledge. Trying to get a hold of him is a little difficult because he is so popular, but it also shows how much work we are doing across this state. So, even though I tease, and I'm still upset about it, but no, he also said, after he broke my heart with his news, I said, I'll work with you, Sue. I'll work with Greensboro. We'll figure it out together. So, thank you. I appreciate that. With not much further ado, Tyler Mulligan.
Well, Dr. No, Dr. Doom. I was a Navy diver. Some of you may not know that back in my younger days. So it's nice to have that moniker come back now that I'm an attorney at the School of Government. I also want to first thank Mayor Joines, Mayor Pro Tem Adams, Dr. Wright Lanier, and Mr. Samuel Hunter for the help you gave me to get here, be here, talk to you all. This is an amazing collection of minds and talents, and I'm excited to chat with you all today. I'm going to go with what Patrick said to you a little earlier, which is what he told his wife. And that is, if you've been to he's bigger than Taylor Swift. And if you've been to a concert, you know that what usually happens is you have the big ticket name up front, and then you have some local act that comes in beforehand to kind of warm up the crowd. Well, we reversed it. So I'm the local act, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go home and I'm going to tell my kids, Taylor Swift opened for me. So let's see how that works, Patrick. A little bit about me quickly before we get into this. I'm a faculty member at the School of Government, and for those of you that I see there, I've met already private sector folks in the room, nonprofits who might not be familiar with the school. But it's a gem here in North Carolina, and it's always on the local government side. And it has these very key values that I need to say up front so you understand where I'm coming from. And the first two, nonpartisan and policy neutral, are extremely important to us. So you're going to hear me, I'm an attorney, been a faculty member since 2007 at the School of Government, a law professor, and what I'll do is I'll tell you what the law says you can do. And I'll work within that framework of what is possible. But I'm not here to say what you should do. That is a community decision, and we think that is extremely important. So I'll work with those who think that the market needs to take care of these solutions. I will work with those who think the government needs to take care of these things. That's not what's important to me. What's important to me is that it be done lawfully within the framework of our Constitution, our statutes, and smartly. And you'll see that come through in this presentation. The other part is being responsive. And Sue kind of gave me away a little bit, saying sometimes I'm a little hard to get hold of. It's my job to respond to your phone calls and answer your requests. So I am available. Please do contact me and my team and those of us from the School of Government to help you in any way that we can. It's our job to be responsive. And one way that we were responsive is understanding that public-private partnerships between local governments and private development firms are hard to do. And local governments and private developers were coming to the school and saying, we need some help. Local government officials and private developers aren't speaking the same language. They have trouble coordinating with each other around development projects. We need someone who can come in and translate between those two. And so we created the Development Finance Initiative, or DFI, which serves as that translator in the middle, but is always on the local government side of the table. And so basically what we do is we help local governments who want to be proactive to figure out what they want out of a development project. And then once they've figured it out, we put it in a financially feasible framework that actually works for banks and works for investors in projects. And then we go to the private sector and say, the government knows what they want. Can you do this, private sector? And then bring the private sector folks into the room. You can see we've done hundreds of projects across the state, attracted over $1 billion in investment into these projects, private investment. And we have a class, and in case you have any projects, class will do work for free. So please keep us in mind as a resource for you. Here's my plan for today. I want to talk to you briefly about how private affordable housing works, the terminology in finance. We do have some novices in the room. And so this will be some review for a few of you, but we have to use the same language. And there's this great technical expertise in the room, but if you are unable to translate that expertise into language that your elected officials can use and take to the people they have to speak with, the people they represent, if you can't bridge that divide, then it's not going to work. And for elected officials, when you're trying to give direction to your staff, these highly trained technical staff, they're going to need you to be quite specific about what you mean when you say, we'd like affordable housing. So got to be specific. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that terminology and how the financing works. Then I'll get into strategic approaches. That's all broad. So these first two components are for the novices maybe in the room as a refresher, make sure we're all on the same page. And then you'll see I'm I have no mercy. I go deep pretty fast. And so we'll get deep and technical in the last two. We'll talk about local government legal authority. I'm not going to give you too much. But I wanted at least for you to know what the government can do so that the private sector is not coming to our cities and counties and saying, oh, this is what I need, and it's completely the wrong thing, and they cannot do that, when there are a whole bunch of things they could do. So want you to understand that overview of local government authority and then what tools are enabled by that authority. And then if we have time, we'll have some Q&A. So that's the plan. So let's get started. So terminology in finance, I'd like to talk about what is meant by affordable housing, who is served, and the math problem. So I've got this little image here with these different words that are thrown around, and elected officials, you tend to be the culprits, right? You've got 100 different names for affordable housing, right? It's workforce housing, it's the missing middle, it's low cost, it's, you know, you can, workforce housing is the one that's really a difficult one to kind of grasp. It doesn't really have any meaning. And so let's get down to brass tacks. There are two types of affordable housing out there. There are those that are restricted by income, and that means there's some kind of funding source, or there's a contract of some sort that makes sure that that project is only available to certain incomes, is affordable to those incomes, doesn't have to be, but sometimes has affordability requirements, and that when the current tenant leaves, that there's some sort of control when the transfer occurs between one tenant and another tenant, or one owner and another owner. There's a contract that kind of governs them. Sometimes they're owned by the government, that's your public housing, and sometimes they're owned by the private sector. Low-income housing tax credit projects are privately owned projects. They simply use federal tax credits in order to make those projects feasible, but they are owned and managed privately. So affordable housing that is restricted is both. It is both government-owned and privately owned. Now there's this whole other realm of what we call naturally occurring affordable housing, or sometimes shortened to NOAA, that are lower cost due to their quality or location. Patrick talked a little bit about this in his presentation. There's housing out there that can be termed affordable, but it is because it is older, or because its quality is lower, or it is not well located. There is no contract. And so if the market changes, those NOAA units can lose their affordability. Or there's no one to make sure they're maintained, so they may just be demolished. They may just fall into disrepair and be demolished. Keep your eye on the NOAA housing. You don't want to lose housing at the same time that you're trying to produce more, right? So keep an eye on your preservation of that NOAA housing, and we'll talk about the strategies a little later. But we all tend to focus on this restricted by income category that's funded and has contracts, and I will talk a lot about that because that's where the government has authority, but I don't want you to forget the not restricted by income, the NOAA housing. Patrick mentioned this as well. What is affordable? Affordable means you're not cost burdened. It means that the household living there does not spend more than 30% of their income on housing, and if they're spending more than half, like Patrick mentioned, they're severely cost burdened. So that's something that he's already covered. I show here what the housing costs include, and some of you might say, wait, that does not, rent plus utilities, that's not enough. What about transportation costs? What about just the needs of daily living, such as internet access? Does this data from the federal government include all the costs that you think are important and appropriate for housing? Maybe not. So you need to be aware of what's in it. When we talk about cost burden, I just like to show this chart briefly. You do need to separate out renters versus owners. Here are owners. The cost burden map here shows it's kind of light colored. It shows that in this region, between 10 to 30% of your owners are cost burdened. And if we switch to renters, you can see a much higher percentage of your renters are cost burdened. And so understanding where the need is, which is why Patrick creates these reports, so you can laser focus in on what the need is and make sure you're addressing that need. It's important to segment your population and figure it out. Housing costs is not all of it. When you're thinking about housing, you need to think about 3 other things. One is availability. Are there actually different types of housing in your community that can handle different sizes of households? Do you need the 4-bedroom house? But do you also need an auxiliary dwelling unit, a little garage apartment for the single person who's just getting started and is in a starter job? That entire range of housing, from the house down to the garage apartment or the apartment building, take a look, see if you have all of those types of housing available. Is it adequate? Patrick talked to you a little bit about the age of housing in your region. Are you going to start losing housing due to age and obsolescence? And then finally, accessibility. Patrick showed you that your region is aging. How many of your units are accessible to the aging population? Will they allow the couple to live at home as they age, or will they have to move? And if they do have to move, are there apartments waiting for them that are accessible to them? So you're thinking about all these things when you're thinking about the housing problem. I like to show this. This is a simple infographic, just part of it from the North Carolina Housing Coalition. It gives you some broad data about your counties. You can find these online as well. So this simple communication, along with Patrick's deep dive, those two are incredibly valuable resources for you. I like to do something in particular with this. I like to talk about what area median income is. So 100% of the area median income, the median income is the middle income in your county, right? For those of you, I don't do math, so correct me, math majors, if I get this wrong. The very middle income, if you put all the incomes in a line, you pick the middle one, that's your median income. That is 100% of the area median income, that middle person. In affordable housing, we like to take percentages of the area median income and make our determinations based on that. And so the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program, or LIHTC for short, and the Home Investment Partnerships Program, a federal program, they each take 60% of that area median income, and they make decisions based on what 60% of the area median income is. And so I like to bring up these salaries and kind of make them a little bit bigger for you. This is very helpful for your elected officials, right? Elected officials, data is great, but they need stories that they can tell about who is served by the housing that you're trying to create. And this is helpful, where it shows what the average salary of a teacher is, the average salary of childcare, average salary of firefighter, and Patrick had a whole list of other occupations and what their salaries are. So you can see here who's actually of these salary levels, who's able to live in the LIHTC housing or the housing that's built with home. Well, not teachers. Not teachers. Apparently, only childcare and firefighters are in the range for income for the LIHTC and Home Investment Partnerships Program. But I needed, for this little bit of deep dive here, there's nuance that you need to understand about salaries and income, that depending on your household size, the number is different. So here's an example of a teacher. New teacher only making $40,000, not the average of 51, making $40,000 a year. The single teacher, if you look in the one-person household, she is above the 60% AMI that would allow her to live in LIHTC or Home Investment Partnerships housing. So she can't live there as a single person. But if she has 2 kids, let's say, the number is different. Now the number is 41,000, and she is qualified for that LIHTC or home program housing. And so understanding that nuance about household size, I think, is very helpful to keep in mind as you're designing your programs and thinking about them. I've just listed a few federal programs up here. The National Housing Trust Fund is really for supporting public housing. And you can see it primarily serves those at 30% of the area median income. That's pretty deep affordable. That's pretty low income. Maximum of 50%. I already talked about the home program. Primarily serves 60%. They allow up to 10% of home funds to be used for those earning all the way up to 80% of area median income. Look at these income levels. This is where your programs can be. USDA, the home repair grant, maximum of 30% area median income. Really low income folks for repairing their homes, keeping elderly couples in their homes sometimes. There's also restrictions on time. How long, if money goes into these projects, how long must they remain affordable? It's one of the things, I'm not going to go through those, but you can see affordability periods are part of the equation here. Again, this is all part of giving you the language so that you can talk to your elected officials and your elected officials can talk to you about what they really want and what they mean when they say we need more affordable housing. The math problem. Why don't we have more housing that is affordable? It's somewhat obvious, right? It's a math problem, but it helps, I think, to know a little bit more of the detail. So let's bring in a family. Let's say they can afford an $1,100 a month payment, mortgage, insurance, and tax. What does that translate into? Well, if they put down a down payment of $4,000, if they scrape together $4,000, the bank will give them a loan for $145,000. And so they can afford a $149,000 house. Patrick has this calculated out for you on one of his tables. Depending on what the income is, here's what they can afford. This is what we call the demand side of the equation. These are the people who have a desire to purchase housing, and they have some amount of money, and they're going out to the market and saying, market, please respond to me. Please give me the housing that I can afford and need. That's the demand side of this equation. Now let's look at the supply side, which is the housing itself. Here's one available. List price, $179,000, cute little house. Can this household on the left afford the housing that's available? Not even close. It's a $30,000 difference, right? You all are experiencing this on a regular basis. So let's say, what about new housing? Well, it costs, let's say, $20,000 for land, construction $220,000, and then profit of 20% is conventional in the industry. What's that come out to? $288,000. And I think that the builders in the room would tell me that my numbers on construction are low. And that's why Patrick's showing you. The houses that are coming available that are new are over $300,000 because they can't be built for less. And you can be upset about the profit if you want. But the truth is, whether it's a nonprofit or a for-profit, everyone needs to pay their staff. Everyone needs to be able to keep the lights on. So that profit has to be built in. So it's not a 20% and they're lining their pockets with tons of cash. This is 20% to make sure that their business runs. So if it's not even close to what that household can afford on the left. We'll get to this math problem again later. What about multifamily rental apartments? It's a little more complicated. I'm not going to go too deep into those details, but you need to understand it as a group. If I'm a fair market or a market rate kind of developer, and I'm going to build something and I'm going to rent it for whatever I can rent for, if I can charge $1,500 monthly rent, I might be able to afford to build a 60-unit development. And that's because I can go to a bank with my $1,500 rent, and which ends up being a net NOI of $940,000. That's getting too deep. But I can go to the bank and I can get a $10 million loan for my project. And if it costs me $13 million to build that project, you can see I need $2.3 million more. Well, what if I'm an affordable developer and I have to charge $650 in rent? Well, I can go to the bank, and the bank will give me a loan for $5 million. It's half the loan size. And so my gap is much larger. This math, this is not new to you. then anything that's made after that, after paying your debt service for the loan you just got, that can go to your investors. And so if I'm on the market rate side, on the right there, I can go to my investors and I've got cash flow coming in and I can get $2.3 million in equity from my investors and I can build my project. But if I'm the affordable developer, I have no equity. I have no ability to get equity because I have no cash flow coming off after I've paid for my debt service. So I can maybe get $500,000 or so in equity investment. So I've got a huge gap. And that is why LIHTC was created, the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. And so the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program is the only game in town, really, for building affordable housing at lower income levels. And you can see all of our other Section 8, public housing, USDA, home, they're not building a ton of new units here in North Carolina, but LIHTC reliably builds new units every year, and there's an entire industry of professional firms, development firms, that can do these projects, and that's why LIHTC keeps happening. Oh, I just hit the blank button. That's good. Here's the thing, though. So LIHTC seems to be the answer, right? It fills the gap. LIHTC requires you to have a perfect score when you apply. I have their 9% LIHTC. That's the highly subsidized LIHTC. There's also a lower one called 4%. But this highly subsidized 9% LIHTC, when a developer applies for those tax credits, they must have a perfect score. And what that means is they have to be close to amenities. And so here's a map where we've plotted out the different amenities in a region and the drive times to them. And if you're not within that certain drive time limit, you can't put a LIHTC project. You must be close to groceries. You must be close to a pharmacy. And so there are limited areas within your communities where LIHTC projects can actually locate. You should find those. You should know where they're located. Other things that come into play, neighborhood characteristics, is there transit? And of course, you don't want any of these things, landfill, wastewater treatment nearby. If you were thinking, oh, we've got some space near the landfill, not going to be okay. And then visibility needs to be seen. These are private projects. Remember, they're privately owned and managed. They have to work. So they need to be near areas where people go by and see them and they're able to fill their spaces. And as Patrick showed you, they are having no trouble filling their spaces. Another important consideration for you: who's going to monitor the affordable housing that you create? The beauty of LIHTC is that the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, or NCHFA, they will monitor it for you. And the investors who rely on those tax credits and need those tax credits to come through, guess what? They're monitoring your projects too. So the beauty of LIHTC is it doesn't mean city staff have to be running out and making sure that qualified individuals are living there, because NCHFA and the investors are monitoring those projects. All of these things should be considered when you're thinking about constructing affordable housing. Now, in the current market, post-COVID, supply chain issues, construction costs rising, even the high subsidy, 9% LIHTC, still has a math problem. There's still that little bit of orange. $1.1 million is about the gap that even a LIHTC project will have. There are programs to help fill that gap, but sometimes developers are going to come to you and say, city or county, we need help, because even for our 9% project that gets tons of subsidy, we still can't make it work under the current conditions. And then if you want to go bold and you want to use the lower subsidy, 4% LIHTC, which is more plentiful, by the way, doesn't need a perfect score, so now you can build a lot. You get a little bit of subsidy, but still, it's nice to have some other subsidy. They have much bigger math problems, and I'll show you an example of that a little bit later. Much bigger. But they can build more units. So that's why the amount of cost gets higher and the gap gets bigger. But you want to maximize the amount of that lower subsidy tax credit, and that's why those units are bigger at 150 units. Okay. So, what can local governments do? Sue already warned you. I'm not gonna play nice. I'm gonna tell you what's legally permissible if you find a developers council who says, I can make an argument for something else, that's fine. You can go with that if you want. But the ability to make an argument is different than what's actually legally permissible and how courts will interpret the law. So I stick with that. But it's not just that. Before I go deep into a little bit of law, you got to start big picture. And so I want to first talk about strategic priorities and how you can talk about that with your elected officials before we go a little bit deeper into what's legally permissible. So some broad approaches. Strategic thinking now. Let's get high level. There are two different ways to think about the housing, and we've already kind of touched on this, right? There's preserving what you've got, and then there's producing new housing. And you have to keep your eye on the ball in both courts. You've got to be able to preserve what you got in addition to thinking about producing more if you want to make a dent in those huge numbers of needed housing units that Patrick showed you. There's also a philosophical, strategic decision to make about whether you are on the wealth building side of the equation or whether you want to make sure that every subsidy dollar lasts a long, long time. That is a decision for your elected officials. But you need to understand where they are on this spectrum, or if they're kind of, hey, we want both. But you need to understand this difference. On the wealth building side, that's home ownership, right? That's where you help someone get into a home, and then that home, they can pay for that home over time with their mortgage, and eventually they pay down their mortgage, and they've got equity in that home, and it builds their wealth, and they can then go out and get loans and send their kids to college or start a business or do whatever. That's the wealth building side. But when you subsidize home ownership like that, that subsidy doesn't come back to you. It's gone. It's not going to be used for another household down the road, right? That subsidy is now building the wealth of the homeowner you helped. The biggest wealth building home ownership subsidy in America? Is it for affordable housing? No. It's your mortgage interest deduction, which is for the wealthiest of Americans. But that is our wealth building. Once that subsidy is gone, once somebody takes that deduction and reduces their taxes, it sits with that homeowner and helps them stay in their home, and then they build wealth and they move on. That's the wealth building side, and it's a perfectly legitimate area to be, and you should be thinking about the wealth building side. What about making sure our dollars last a long time? Well, then you'd swing over to this ongoing affordability, and that tends to be rental. You invest in the apartments, you invest in whatever housing you have, you rent it out, and then when the tenant moves out, guess what? You still have an apartment there that the next tenant can move into, and so your dollar, your subsidy dollar, continues to work over many, many years. This is the low-income housing tax credit program. It creates apartments that then stay affordable for 30 years or more. So this is your decision matrix right here. You need to know where your elected officials are. And your elected officials need to get together amongst themselves and say, this is where we are. These are our priorities. We're setting the direction here. Now staff, help make this happen. So you figure out what these approaches are. So if you're on the wealth building side, you're going to be rehabbing homeowners' homes. If you're, again, wealth building, you're going to be creating new units for ownership. But if you're on the ongoing affordability side, you should be rehabbing rentals. Find those rentals and rehab them. And tell the landlord that you'll provide some rehab, but they're going to have to keep that unit affordable to low-income people for a certain amount of time. Or you're producing new affordable rental units, such as what the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit or LIHTC program does. So what's your legal authority to mess around in this space after you've made your strategic decisions? The law is quite clear on this. The Constitution of North Carolina prefers for the market to take care of itself. That's basically what the law says. However, the Constitution of the state, which your elected officials have sworn to uphold, says it's okay to help the poor or low income. So if you're helping the poor or the unfortunate or the low income, orphans are in there too, by the way, if you're helping them, that is a legally permissible thing to do. But otherwise, the state constitution says, leave it to the market. It also says you may not donate anything, ever, to anyone. And for the nonprofits in the room who are like, I need a land donation, or I need a money donation, that's not permissible. If the elected officials say they're donating land or they're donating money, they're welcome to say that, but that's not actually what's happening. There is a contract between the government, which is providing some sort of land or some sort of cash subsidy, and in exchange for that is a requirement to produce low income or poor housing. Not poor housing, housing for the poor. So it's an exchange, it's never a donation or a gift. It must serve a public purpose, and it only serves a public purpose when the market can't handle it, when the market's not doing it. And this is why Patrick's reports are so important, because now you have a documentation for the fact that the private sector is unable to meet the need for housing in your communities. It's the math problem. They can build $300,000 houses. They can build apartments that rent for $2,000. They just can't build stuff for the low income or the poor. And so now local governments have authority. You can also help the moderate income, so long as it's an add-on and it's with the same purpose in mind. So if low-income people are having trouble finding housing, and it turns out that moderate income, slightly higher, also have a problem, you can help them both together. That's the basic law in the state. The statutes reflect this. I'm going to start simple. There's a number, 60% of area median income. Remember that number? That's where LIHTC is. That's where home is, 60% area median income. You can help those folks all day long. 60% area median income. Your funding, if you provide it, your land, if you provide it, needs to flow to them. It's not for developers, it's not for nonprofits, it's for them. Sometimes you can also aid those in moderate income, and that goes all the way up to 80% area median income, as long as you're also helping low-income people at the same time and with the same purpose in mind. Well, that's unfortunate. I know my talk was important, but hopefully we're okay. Okay, so this is a very important point. That's why we're emphasizing it. Quick deep dive. I'm not going to stay here. You've got these on your table. If you want to go through the flow charts, knock yourself out. But I will say a couple quick things. You have more authority if you're only helping low and moderate income people. I say LMI. If the housing is all for LMI, you're probably in pretty decent shape. If even one person above 80% area median income is served, well, the law kicks in to make sure you're serving low-income people, to make sure you're not moving from your public purpose, and it requires at least 20% of the units in that particular development to be reserved for the exclusive use, is what the statute says, for low-income people. So if you're not helping only 80% area median income and below, if you help even one person above that, then you kick into this 20% of the units have to be for low income. No funds can be diverted. So if you provide a subsidy, you're not providing a subsidy for middle income. Your funds need to flow to the eligible low-income households, not to anybody else. We can figure that out. We know the math. We know how to do that math problem. But it has to flow to the low-income people, not to everyone in an apartment building if it's got mixed rate, market rate and low income at the same time. So Final thing is, if you're a county, if you're going to try to use state or local tax revenues to pay for something in the housing world, you must hold a referendum, which is why counties tend to use federal dollars. Because federal dollars, they don't have to do a referendum. Some counties, the way they handle the referendum is they go out and they have a bond referendum. And they have their voters approve a bond for housing. And so that takes care of their referendum requirement. But it's important to note that difference for those of you at cities when you wonder, why isn't the county helping us out? Well, because the county has some restrictions. Because remember, the Constitution and even the General Assembly, they want you focused on low-income people. They don't really want you messing around in the housing market. And the builders would tell you the same thing. They don't necessarily want cities and counties choosing who gets to build housing. They want to leave it to the market. That's the default. There's also some rules for property conveyance, whether you're doing it at fair market value or above, which is not subsidized, or whether you're subsidizing. Knock yourselves out. There's more. There's like a 5-7 page flow chart if you really want to go deep. The lawyers in the room, the staff, have fun. But that's why I come back to this. For elected official purposes, you can help those who are earning 60% area median income, and maybe you can creep up to 80% if they also have a need. There's your legal authority. So how do we put this all together? Your authority depends on what your strategic focus is. And this goes for the law generally. So blight, by the way, Patrick mentioned blight. Blight's a completely different set of legal authority. I'm not even going to talk to you about blight today. That's a completely different set of legal statutory tools. I'm just focused now on the tools that have been given to you for affordable housing. And even that depends on your strategic focus. So let's talk about which tools make sense. Once you've figured out where your elected officials are on this decision matrix, and maybe they're in all 4 quadrants, but once you've figured out where they are, then you can design the tools that you need. Let's start up here in the wealth building and preservation side. So remember, in this case, we're going to provide rehab for homeowners if the philosophical desire is to help with wealth building and to preserve housing. So, can anyone finish the sentence? Carrots and I heard sticks, fall for it every time. It's code enforcement. Same difference, right? So for rehab, let's start with the carrots because that's more fun. Weatherization and energy programs, energy efficiency programs, rehab programs, foreclosure prevention so that folks who hit a rough patch don't get kicked out of their houses. The North Carolina Housing Finance Agency has these programs already in place. The question is whether you, cities and counties, want to ride alongside them, supplement them, do the same thing. Expand the capability based on your resources plus NCHFA's resources. But here's the tougher one, code enforcement. And this is really for the folks, the decision makers in the room. There is code enforcement. You all have the ability, all cities and counties have the ability, statutorily, to do code enforcement, where you walk into a house and you say, this is unfit for human habitation. Owner, you must fix this house. You have 60 days to do so, and if you don't, we, the city, or we, the county, are gonna come in and we're gonna do it. And the cost of that repair, we're gonna put a lien on your house for that amount. And if you don't pay us, we're gonna foreclose on your house. And we're gonna use the proceeds of the sale to pay ourselves back for the repair that we did. But you owners have a responsibility to keep your houses up, to keep them safe, to not cause problems for the neighbors nearby. So you do have a responsibility, and we, the city, we, the county, have the ability to enforce that through court enforcement. However, that stick is not available if the city and county do not follow through. If the inspectors walk in and say this is unfit for human habitation, and they write the notice of violations, and they say you have 60 days to fix it, and then the owner appeals to the elected officials, and the elected officials just keep punting it down the road, and say, oh, not going to handle that today, let's give them another 60 days, let's give them another 60 days. That's what's going to cause housing to not be preserved, housing to go into dilapidation, and then be lost from your inventory eventually. So that's why I say keep your eye on preservation, even as you're trying to produce new. If it's a priority area, and there's actually a report from the Center for Community Progress that was done for the city of Winston-Salem that talks about how you might even decide as a city or county, if you foreclose on the owner who's not keeping up their house, to go ahead and bid on that house so that you take it into your ownership, and then you can use it for affordable housing, perhaps as the basis for a community land trust. I'll get into that in a moment. But you might in priority areas decide to take ownership. But that requires resources and energy and time from both elected officials and staff, because it's not easy as an elected official to be explaining why code enforcement actions are not being deferred. And it's not easy to be the staff person who's serving the papers. So it's hard. But it is a preservation strategy that you must account for. Other resources if you want to go deep. Let's go to another quadrant. Wealth building. So we're still on the home ownership side, but now we want to produce new homes. We've got to look at this on the demand side and the supply side again. I'm trying to give you language here so you can talk about it. On the demand side of the households, how do we help the households directly? Well, we use housing counseling to do credit repair, to try to get that household to be able to maximize the amount of loan they can get from a private bank. And sometimes, again, helping the low income, helping the poor, we have constitutional authority and statutory authority to do this. We can give down payment assistance to those folks. How does that work in the math problem? I'll just go back to our math problem here. Well, if we do some credit repair, maybe we get that loan up to $171,000. If we increase our down payment to $15,000, well, now we're at $186,000. Can they go buy a new house? No, not even close. So we always turn to the supply side. We try to squeeze the developers, right? So let's turn to the supply side. What do we do on that side? Well, local governments have the ability to be in the construction business for low-income housing. Builders probably don't want to hear that, but this is what public housing is. This is what cities and counties did for many decades, is they simply built the housing and then conveyed it to the eligible households. That authority is there. It's more common today to subsidize the private developers, as long as those private developers, again, in an exchange, promise to provide the affordable housing, and they make sure that the subsidy from the city or county is going to the low-income people and not anybody else. How does that work? Well, if we squeeze the developers, there's very little we can do, right? Maybe the land is public land and it's part of a community land trust. And so now we don't charge for the land cost, that $20,000. Instead, it's a ground lease. This is how a community land trust works. The land is communally owned or owned by the government. And so it's publicly available, and it's just a ground lease to whoever owns the improvements on top of that land. But of course, those improvements still cost $220,000. We haven't fixed the math problem. So what can we do? Well, cities and counties have authority to do public infrastructure. Maybe they can help with developments by doing that public infrastructure and reduce that price. That profit of 20% is not going away, folks. Even if you have a nonprofit, they still need to keep the lights on, right? So I guess you could squeeze them and make them run with less than they need. But either way, they're going to take 20% of this smaller amount, because now the land's not in there and the public infrastructure was taken care of by the government. And so now they're taking 20% of a smaller amount. So they're still running lean. Where's that going to get you? I didn't put a number here. I kind of guessed, right? 225 is where we've been able to get it, maybe, with all this subsidy. Can the household over there afford that yet? No. And so here is the gap we wrestle with all the time. Checking my time. Sometimes we turn to zoning. You may have heard of inclusionary zoning, where every developer that comes to the table has to provide a certain percentage of units that are affordable to low-income people. And so you say, hey, if you want your zoning approval, that's great that you're going to do a bunch of market rate housing. But some percentage of those need to be reserved for low-income people. And we're not going to subsidize you. Let's be clear, we the county, we're not subsidizing you. You're going to figure it out on your own, developer. The form of inclusionary zoning that's been approved in New Jersey, been approved in Virginia, and what you may have heard about in California is not the kind of inclusionary zoning that's permissible here in North Carolina. Now, if you've heard inclusionary zoning is not permissible, that's also not correct. There is a form of inclusionary zoning that you can do, and that is you establish conditional zoning districts. So first you have to have a comprehensive plan that says low-income housing is needed. And every time a developer comes in and builds market rate housing, they're using up the limited supply of land that we have for low-income housing. And so every new developer needs to provide some low-income housing because our comprehensive plan calls for it. Once you've got that in the comprehensive plan, then you set up conditional districts where the developer has to come to you and say, I want to build market rate. And there's tools and authority in that statute for conditional zoning that allows you to say to the developer, some of this needs to be low-income affordable housing because our comprehensive plan says it. The developer has every right to say back to you, how the heck am I going to pay for that? How the heck am I going to pay for that? I have a book on inclusionary zoning that goes through the reasons and goes through the law. It's held up pretty well, written with my faculty colleague, Jim Joyce, if you want to learn more about that particular structure. And then the community land trust, where the land is owned by some communal group. The public infrastructure, or not public infrastructure, the privately owned house above it is owned privately. And then here's a few examples of community land trusts. There are few around the state. These are ones that I've had the pleasure of working with on panels. The community owns land. It's already, I explored that. 99-year ground lease. And this has been done for both preservation, you can see the picture on the left, and for new construction, which you can see there on the right. The left is the Durham Community Land Trustees, rehabbing, housing, and making it available. On the right is the Community Home Trust in Orange County. Great resource for future summit is talking to those community land trust folks and how they make it work. Let's keep moving. What about if you want to preserve, but you care about ongoing affordability? Well, now we're talking about apartments. So the strategies you'd want to use is you'd want to identify the expiring low-income housing tax credit projects, and they are beginning to expire. Program authorized in the 80s. Now they are coming to the end of their 30-year control periods. You should know exactly where those units are, and you want to negotiate. Either you're buying it or you get a right of first refusal, so you can at least make a decision when it finally comes available. Negotiate that now so you can preserve that housing so it doesn't get lost to the market rate. And then, of course, I've already mentioned this one, carrots and code enforcement. Tell landlords, hey, we can help repair your house so that you can continue to house low-income people, but you're going to need to promise to keep that low income for a while. Got to think about monitoring. And then finally, let's go to our last quadrant here, where you care about ongoing affordability, but you want to produce new. Again, we go back to the demand side. You can give rental subsidy directly to low-income people, not moderate. You can't go up to 80%, but you can give direct subsidy. This is Section 8. The federal government does this. Gives subsidy directly to low-income folks so that they can go out to the market and say, hey, I've got money. I want an apartment, and it's available to them. But we always also go to the developers and the supply side. What should you do? You ought to inventory your public land and determine which of that land might be a perfect score under LIHTC, or that might be usable for other affordable housing. Inventory that public land and think about subsidy that would be lawful in order to help low-income folks. And then, as I mentioned, I know I've gone deep here on conditional zoning and inclusionary zoning, but that is available here too. Comprehensive plan that says you need low-income housing. Then you do conditional zoning districts that require a developer to come to you and say, I want to build. And you say, that's fine, but you need to listen to the comprehensive plan and you need to include some low-income units. That authority is there. There's another decision, and I'm almost done here. Do you wait for developers to come to you? Or should you be proactive? DFI, Development Finance Initiative, our program at the school, is for those local governments who seek to be proactive. And so those yellow circles are where there were 2 parking lots in downtown Durham, owned by the county. And the county said, we want to make sure, we do need the parking, we still need parking. We've got, there's the big building in the bottom left corner is their HHS building. They've got a lot of employees. They still need public parking and employee parking, so they still want that. But they wanted to be able to use it for affordable housing. They wanted affordable rentals. They also wanted market rate rentals. They wanted a pre-K. They wanted to have their cake and eat it too, so to speak. A private developer does not have the time or the resources to negotiate with your elected officials over something like this. And so what DFI does is we help your local officials figure out what it is they want, and we put it in the context of a financially feasible development project that any developer could do. And then we go to the private sector and say, here's a financially feasible project. You can do this. We've already done the loan for you. We know what your loan's going to be. We've already known what your equity investors are requiring as far as return thresholds. We've got that. Don't worry about it. We figured it all out. We also know it's legal. And we've got the elected officials all on board with doing this. So we just need your expertise at building it. You don't have to negotiate with our local government. In this case, in Durham did not want to use the 9% high subsidy LIHTC because that's so competitive. They wanted to make sure the private sector could go get it. So Durham County said, we'll use the lower subsidy for this project. We know that means we got to kick in more cash, but we want to make sure we're not competing with other folks who might be doing 9%, the higher subsidy LIHTC. And what did they do? They provided parking. That's a perfectly lawful thing for a city to do. They gave a loan that was only for the low-income households. And they did a ground lease of the property at phenomenal cost only for the low-income housing. So a lot of complexity there. Great example. So that brings us back to the beginning. One final thing. Do private employers have a role? In the old days, anybody recognize this? This is mill housing. This is the Edenton Cotton Mill. This is the housing that the Edenton Cotton Mill constructed for their workers. We may be beyond this time now, and that's not going to happen today, but employers are listening for the first time. I've been in this for a long time, and it's for the first time ever I'm hearing employers say, yeah, we need housing. Some of them are willing to build the housing on their commercial properties. They're willing to do a lot. Talk to them. It used to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way again, but certainly there's room for partnership there. But keep your mind and keep your focus on what your strategic priorities are. Figure that out with your elected officials, and then go make it happen. There we are. I did not, Sue, leave enough time for questions.
I bet they know how to find you.
Well, that's the beauty of the School of Government, right? Is that responsive is one of the values. So, yes, you know how to find me. You can call me. I'm happy to talk to you, happy to talk to your community anytime. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Okay. It is with great pleasure that I get to introduce our moderator for our working lunch session. She is the Executive Director of the Asset Building Coalition of Forsyth County. She is a Guatemalan native and a former documented individual. She believes that all communities can be financially stable when we work all communities to be innovative, and she has worked in the nonprofit sector for 12 years and serves as a commissioner for the Housing Authority of Winston-Salem and is a board member on the Winston-Salem Foundation, the Community Care Center, and the NC Center for Nonprofits. And just a little tidbit, we went to MPA school together, so I'm a big fan of her. Without further ado, Vivian Perez Chandler.
Thank you, Samuel, for the introduction, and I am a big fan of his as well. I have not finished my MPA yet, but I will soon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am glad that I didn't have to be the one keeping you from lunch. Tyler and I were joking earlier at, if he was the local act, I don't know what I am. So we said, I think we're the after party. That's what we decided on. So now my role now is to keep you all awake during lunch. As Samuel said, my name is Vivian Perez Chandler, and I'm the Executive Director of the Asset Building Coalition of Forsyth County, ABC. And as a coalition, we envision a Forsyth County where all community members have financial stability and generational wealth. Housing opportunities and collaborative efforts in Forsyth County are a big part of the work that ABC does. As a part of the work, we look at different factors that help build assets for an individual or a family. Here on the screen, we see a few of those factors, and those are asset building factors. In a single parent earning sufficient income to pay for expenses and set money aside each month for savings. A college student with low or no debt. A senior citizen with access to affordable and sufficient health insurance. A parent or an individual with the strong skills with a professional certificate or degree. A business owner with a high-value business. A family or an individual who has access to and uses banking services to manage their finances. And last but not least, something that ties us all together, and I believe one of the reasons we're all here, housing. All community members who have access to affordable, fair, and quality housing. At ABC, we look at what it's called asset poverty. And this is a condition in which individuals, community members, do not have access to the financial resources needed to provide for their basic needs for 3 months if their income were to be interrupted by a medical expense, a loss of a job, or a car repair, what we often hear as living paycheck to paycheck. In Forsyth County, 1 in 4 households are experiencing asset poverty. So how did we get here to the housing and the summit? In the fall of 2023, we have a learning group. This is a group of community members directly impacted by the benefits cliff and other champions. The Asset Building Coalition began to look closer at the housing crisis for families living in the 30% area median income, which for our area, that's about $30,000 for a family of 4. The learning groups asked housing organizations what they could do as residents of Forsyth County. They wanted to find more affordable housing. To the group's surprise, the housing organizations did not have a call to action or an organized way for community residents to become more involved. In 2024, the Asset Building Coalition produced a housing choice voucher report and decided to invite stakeholders, developers, nonprofits, for-profits, community members, advocates, and champions to work in the housing sector, to bring them all together to lift up the challenges that community members face in our county, with a 10,000 unit shortage for families living in the 30% AMI. And I'll share what the 10,000 units looks like here shortly. The Asset Building Coalition served as a convener to have this meeting on October 31st of last year, and the work of the housing stakeholders shared that having a Forsyth County housing network would be beneficial and ideal. This is we do have an emerging housing network that we're looking to definitely come together and bring different groups to work in this area. So when we got together, there were some of the barriers that we have all heard and shared, and that are not new to this room. There's a lack of sustainable long-term funding, zoning and regulations, rising costs of living, housing appraisals, cost of materials, inflation, knowledge gap and complex systems to navigate, civic infrastructure, absentee-owned housing, and some of the missed opportunities is a call to action and coordination. We also saw that there were some great services and programs that were addressing the need for affordable housing. Some of those programs were services that connect community members, but we need more of those. Financial education, pathways to higher education, social services programs, youth programs, network building and tenant organizing, affordable housing development and management. But there are so many more programs that support our community. So we began looking at affordability of homes for families, individuals living at or under the 80% area median income, AMI. We looked at renter households in Forsyth County, the number of occupied or available units, and the most shocking number was the shortage or the surplus of housing, which we can see the shortage here on this side. I don't think it'll reach that side, but it's on the far right of the screen. Just for purposes of knowing what the area median income for where we are today in Forsyth County, this is a family of four at the 30% AMI is at $30,000 per year, 50% AMI is at $40,750, and 80% AMI at $65,200. So as we saw, it's important to note about the shortage, that for those at 30% or 50% AMI, this could reflect that there's not enough rental units for that group, or that it is possible that those households with higher incomes are tapping into the supply of what is affordable to lower income households. On another note, this analysis, like other aspects of this presentation, does not consider housing quality, which is very important as well. Affordable housing and what it means to be burdened. I feel like I actually can skip this slide because we've heard from Patrick and Tyler already. So let me get through this slide. But one of the things that we did here is that there's an urgency, an urgent need for collaboration and coordination, which is what led to our October 31st meeting and to us being here today. We heard from Tyler Mulligan mentioning how challenging it is to collaborate. And so the idea of creating a housing network came about from our meeting on the 31st. And this is a network to create an inclusive and robust affordable housing plan for Forsyth County and analyze the networks and gaps in place for both programming and development sectors. A network that would focus on a housing plan for the county, measurable goals and priorities for key populations, identifying the assets and the gaps, identifying funding sources for the network and the work, promising methods, and taking a closer look at those absentee-owned houses. But you've heard enough from me, and so I do want to welcome my esteemed colleagues who are doing the work, thinking of our neighbors, family members, the folks that make up our beautiful Forsyth County. So I'm going to ask our speakers to come up. Mr. Jerome Nixon, who is a native of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Mr. Nixon is a theatrical educator, actor, director, and playwright. He is one of the founders of the Spring Street Co-op, a revolutionary housing model that empowers people of limited financial means to own and govern their own homes, build equity, and maintain the quality and affordability of their property for generations to come. Welcome, Mr. Nixon. Dr. Dan Rose. Dan Rose is a sociologist at Winston-Salem State University. Dr. Rose's research revolves around housing and health. He is a principal investigator of the HUD HBCU Research Center of Excellence at WSSU, where he and his team are studying evictions and housing instability across North Carolina, as well as the Navajo Nation in Guam. Dr. Rose is also a community organizer. His work with the Housing Justice Now a grassroots work group in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, is directly aimed at building tenant power. Welcome. Carol Davis is the executive director of S.G. Adkins Community Development Corporation, a special assistant to the Chancellor of Winston-Salem State. S.G. Adkins CDC builds homes for families, provides technical assistance and office space for entrepreneurs, operates the first shared-use commercial kitchen in Forsyth County, and supports the efforts of neighborhood leaders. Their enterprise center is a LEED certified hub for community engagement and business incubation for entrepreneurs and nonprofits. Davis is committed to building equity and social justice to increase homeownership and business ownership rates in East Winston. And last, our colleague Kenneth Reed. Who is the COO of Action for Equity and a dedicated leader focused on building resilient communities. With many generations in Winston-Salem, Reed has very deep roots here. He has strengthened operations and launched initiatives in community research, policy, and capacity building. Under his leadership at A4E, he has grown from a volunteer network to a full-time team, emphasizing civic infrastructure and equitable solutions, housing solutions in our county. So thank you all for being here this afternoon, this morning. So as we get to all right. As we get to talk about housing opportunities and collaborative efforts in Forsyth County, wanted to start hearing from you, Dr. Rose. Specifically, we heard from Tyler about the opportunities that come with abandoned housing. And so with your experience, can you tell us what specific factors have led to housing abandonment in Forsyth County, in our community, and how do they compare to the national trends?
Thank you. So HUD did a study back in 2019 which showed almost 20,000 vacant units in the Forsyth County region, which includes the rural counties around us. And the previous year, the enterprise study in Winston-Salem revealed that there were over 16,000 affordable housing units that were needed in Winston-Salem. And so it may come as a surprise to some, but we actually do have a surplus in some regards. Now, many of those units are deteriorating. We do need the financing and the political will to put those units back into use. And we saw during the last presentation that code enforcement can be a very powerful tool when used for trying to hold accountable owners of vacant units that have maybe little incentive typically to put those into use. So we know that there is an increasing number of out-of-city, out-of-state, even international investors that are tying up properties in our community. And to have people that need housing on the streets at night, or even just unstable housing, couch surfing, doubling up, sometimes with abusive partners that they have tried to escape from. We know that there's a crisis at hand, and so we have to figure out how to put those vacant units back into use, renovations, those sorts of things. And it is sometimes not, again, in the immediate interest of investors, especially those investors that don't have a stake in our community, that may not be from North Carolina. but have a vision of a long game where property may become more valuable later, and so there's no incentive to immediately put it back into use, or who may be able to get tax write-offs if they're owning property and paying property taxes, but their property sits vacant. They may be able to receive credits for that vacancy. And so there are even perverse incentives in place in some cases that make it difficult for us to access the vacant housing in our own community. So we do see a proliferation of folks who are desperately seeking housing that may in fact squat in some of that housing, go into vacant units, and that's dangerous. That's certainly not what we want to see as far as people accessing housing, but it is what people are being pushed to in our community right now.
Thank you, Dan. And, you know, like you mentioned, we did hear from Tyler the opportunity that lies ahead in front of us of these abandoned homes and what they can mean for families who are looking for a fair and affordable home in our communities. Mr. Nixon, I'd like to ask you the next question. This week I heard a bit of your story and of how you came back to Winston. You were living in New York and you came back to look for a familiar place, a place you once lived in 10 years ago. This place gave you a transitional housing for 9 months through a program called ACS, which then became Partners for Homeownership. And you came back looking for that familiar place. You were also, you faced an abandoned home when you came back. You began to clean up this place. You faced policy barriers and regulations when trying to clean up this place, yet you never felt you were in danger. And I want to ask you, what led you to see a future in this abandoned building you once called home?
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate the question. I believe, in hindsight, it was delusions of grandeur. You know what I mean? I mean, if you have a midlife crisis at 50, by the time you get 62, you think you can do anything. Nothing bothers you. And I felt very well at home at this particular property that I've lived in 10 years before. Now, granted, I was breaking the law, but that meant nothing to me.
Thank you for that. And share with us a little bit, you came back to this place, but you also had this thought of affordability. Finding an affordable place was really important to you. Can you tell us a little bit about what your thoughts were on this place and it becoming affordable housing?
Sure. Once again, I had a specific agenda in mind, coming from New York, through businesses, theatrical aspirations, et cetera, and I found myself in this enclave of apartments that I thought, wow, this would be a great opportunity for a charter school environment for tech. I love tech. Every time I've done shows, I go to the tech first, sound, lighting, staging. I went, wow, there's a lot of people out there who can't afford the University of the Arts, that can't afford those big bills. We can teach people how to do this right here on property. And lo and behold, that was my idea. And it felt good because I was on a mission. You know what I mean? Most artists and theatrical people are somewhat bipolar. You know what I mean? And they do what they do.
Thank you for sharing that vision and that opportunity. And so that's what led us to this Spring Street Co-op. And so, Dr. Rose, can you tell us what a housing co-op is?
Sure. So you may be familiar with New York City or some other parts of the United States where housing cooperatives are sort of middle class and above ways to maintain the affordability. But here what we're trying to do is create a housing cooperative that is owned and operated by people at or around the 30% of AMI. So we are typically seeing a lot of efforts being geared towards the 80% AMI or even 80 to 120. But the greatest need, both in terms of the urgency and in terms of what's being left unmet, is far below 80%. And so this cooperative housing has the goal of creating not just a opportunity to stabilize rents for people who are living at that income, but also create ownership. And so we have this idea of limited equity that through a plan for renovations that we have budgeted out over the next 25 years, where the shareholders, there are 5 shareholders in these 5 units, will be able to accrue, and there is an emergency maintenance fund that's been set aside thanks to the Winston-Salem Foundation, that they will be able to just do regular maintenance with the peace of mind that any emergencies that pop up, not 100 emergencies, but at least a handful of maintenance emergencies that pop up can be covered, and then through their repayments of this renovation loan, we'll be able to set aside thousands of dollars. Now, when we talk about generational wealth, which I know is a major goal of ABC, it's not exactly what we're creating here, but we are definitely creating a smaller nest egg for folks who may at some point want to move on. These are 1-bedroom units, right? So families grow, people's lives and their goals and aspirations change. So they will be able to move on with some equity. It's called a limited equity model. But the next generation that comes in behind them will be able to purchase a share and become owners at the same price. And as you know, housing will require more renovations in a couple of decades. And so they'll eventually hopefully be able to refinance and re-renovate the building and continue on and on. So the greatest part I think about it is that they're democratic, small d, democratic owners of this property. They have a democracy where they'll be able to decide, do we want to allow pit bulls? What are quiet hours? Mm-hmm. What do we do if one of our neighbors is harassing another one of our neighbors? So there'll be a whole set of bylaws that govern this property that are by and for the resident owners. So it's a little bit, like I said, different from the sort of upscale co-ops that you might have heard about in places like New York City. But we believe that it can and will work here in Winston-Salem.
Thank you. Thank you both for sharing that. Again, another innovative way of thinking about affordability and housing and ownership. And so I want to turn it to Carol and hear, what have been some of the ways in which SG Adkins CDC has supported families in search of affordable homes?
Well, thank you for inviting me to be here. Appreciate you. We at Atkins CDC, it's always been our goal to contribute to wealth building. So we do want the families that we work with to have opportunity to build equity and wealth for future generations. And so all of the houses that we've built have also been for people at 80% or below of area median income. And we have what I didn't know we were doing NOAA. We are in the naturally occurring affordability housing, and it's by location primarily, because the lots that we are able to purchase, although they have risen since COVID, before COVID, we could purchase a lot for $5,000, and we were able to accumulate lots at a very reasonable cost. And we have built 34 homes over the years, and I mentioned in a meeting the other day that we had sold a home to someone who used a Section 8 voucher toward their purchase. And we're getting ready to do the second one, but we were able to do that because we have a pretty good ecosystem here in Winston-Salem for home buyers, including the financial pathways of the Piedmont Center for Homeownership, which is how I learned about Fairway Mortgage Company and Lisa Wright. And I don't know if they're here today, but Lisa Wright has been the person that has figured out how to help buyers use Section 8 voucher for homeownership. And I looked up the house that we sold in 2020, and the family who purchased that home in 2020 bought a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house for $145,000 pre-COVID in Ridgewood Place, which is a neighborhood, excuse me, that the city had gone in and done the infrastructure on the lots. And the city also provided some down payment assistance to our buyers. But in 2020, the family bought a house for $145,000, and now I just looked at the property tax value. It's $259,000 property tax value, which means they have at least $114,000 in equity in that home that over the last 5 years. We sold several houses that year, but she was the only one, and the first one that we've completed with a Section 8 voucher. We have another buyer pending who also has a Section 8 voucher. And in that case, you know, her total home payment for on a monthly basis is going to be $1,500, but her voucher is going to cover $950 of that. So she just has to bring, you know, $500 to the table, and she and her family will be able to move in. So that is one of the ways that we have addressed affordability for home ownership. Another project that we have the opportunity to work on, again, with some funding from the city, is called Salem Co-Housing. And a young lady by the name of Rashida Schenkel brought the idea to us, and she's partnering with us to build a communal living home. It's going to be, I believe it's going to be approximately 4,500 square feet. It's going to have 4 apartments in it for the families to have private living quarters, but there's also going to be shared space and communal living for kitchen, dining room, living area, study space, as well as some offices. And it's designed so that the families who are chosen can stay in there for from 18 to 24 months and have an opportunity to get some life coaching, you know, for the kids to get tutoring, for the parents to have a respite from real life and have a chance to, although they'll be paying some rent, they'll have a chance to get some classes and work on personal development, professional development, and we hope that when they finish their 18 to 24 months, they will be able to move into home ownership either through the ESR IDA program or through the Habitat program, or be able to save their own down payment for home ownership.
Thank you, Carol. Hearing how it takes village, all of these organizations, innovative thinking, and really trying to work with community members to understand a lot of the barriers, but not just understand them, but figure out how do we find a solution. And so as a part of what we've heard today and the importance of collaboration, I wanted to hear from Kenneth as it comes to, you know, the civic infrastructure. First, you know, what is civic infrastructure? How does it work? And how do we invest in it?
Thanks, Vivian. Well, civic infrastructure is really all about relationships. So ultimately, the way we build civic infrastructure is through capacity building, network development, policy and advocacy, as well as community-based initiatives. And so the way that you're able to leverage that is when you bring community together, those are the most impacted from the issues that we're talking about, just like these examples here. You're then able to solve problems that you can't see if you haven't really experienced it. And if you don't have the data, if you don't have the capacity in the community, then you're not able to actually have sustainability.
Thank you, Kenneth. And to close us into this, you know, we heard about the actual costs of building houses. We heard the realities, right, for developers, and we also heard the opportunities that exist. But how do we ensure that civic infrastructure projects benefit the most economically impacted members of our communities rather than accelerating displacement? And why is that so important now?
I think, well, it starts with being intentional. The way we built the mechanisms in our community is that we always have those most impacted. So we start there, and then we're able to educate and inform them on processes, on successes, on other things that are working around the community, and then that way we can come together and advocate. A lot of the times, the people that are most impacted do not feel empowered, and so you have to be able to walk with them through a process in order to build that. Some of those examples, when you talk about housing, is what Winston-Salem Foundation is doing. It's also offsetting expenses, things like the housing network. When we get enough people in the room like this to really solve problems, then we're able to really move forward.
Thank you. And so, you know, it really does take absolutely all of us, whether we're directly impacted by this affordability of homes or not, but we all work in the places that we see our friends, that we, of places where organizations, different community members are coming together, but we can't sit here next to them and simply ignore the fact that unaffordability is happening in our communities. And so it really does take all of us and that civic infrastructure to find ways. And so we do invite you to, if you're in Forsyth County, to really come together with us around this emerging housing network that ABC is holding space for. And we do have a table over there by the bathrooms if you're interested in it and hearing more. But I would like to thank our panelists for your time, for being here today, for sharing and being courageous to take some, you know, different ways and initiatives. But we are really thankful and grateful for your time. And so thank you.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Brandon Lamberth with C2 Contractors out of Greensboro, North Carolina. I serve as the Director of Construction and Cost Estimating. And they got me up here to get you all underway on the next session. This is going to be a local officials roundtable and panel discussion. And the goal of this is to give everybody some more beneficial insights from local government officials on housing policies, funding, and challenges, and strategies for cross-jurisdictional collaboration. Our moderator for this panel will be Mr. John Hardister, the president of Triad. John was born and raised in Greensboro, North Carolina, a lot like myself. I do need to talk to him about being a graduate of Grimsley. I'm a proud Dudley Panther, so we don't really get along all the time. And he also is a graduate of Greensboro College, where he obtained his bachelor's in administration and political science. After college, John worked as the vice president for marketing at First College Mortgage. In 2012, he was elected to the North Carolina House of Representatives, serving 6 terms before retiring in 2024. In 2016, he was elected by his peers to serve as NC House Majority Whip, one of the top leadership positions in the North Carolina General Assembly. John is the youngest and longest serving North Carolina House Majority Whip in state history. After leaving office, John was selected to serve as the president of Triad, which my company is proudly a member of. His knowledge of state and local government, combined with his ability to collaborate with others and solve problems, made him a natural fit for the position. The Triad Business Journal designated John as one of their 5 to watch in their Power 50 leaders, ranking the Triad shortly after John began his tenure at Triad. In his spare time, John enjoys spending time with his family, working out, and playing the guitar. He currently resides with his family in Winston, North Carolina. Everybody, please give a round of applause to Mr. John Hardister.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be with you and to moderate this panel on behalf of the PTRC. Our panelists, if you would please go ahead and come up and I'll call your name. We have Winston-Salem Mayor Pro Tem, Dee Adams. We have Representative Jeff Zinger, District 74, Forsyth County. We have Nina Wilson, Community Development Director, City of High Point. Welcome. All right. And then we have, last but not least, Michael Blair, Community Development Director, PTRC. Welcome. All right, so we have some prepared questions. Before that, I'm going to allow the panelists to have a 1-minute opening statement. And if you would, please, panelists, direct your attention over here. Our friend Samuel Hunter, in the pink tie over here, is going to be keeping time. For the questions, we're going to allow 2 minutes. If you could keep it to 2 minutes or less, that would be great. But we're going to allow you 1 minute to introduce yourself to the audience. So, Mayor Pro Tem, we'll start with you.
All right. Good afternoon. Dee Dee Adams, born and raised right here in Winston-Salem, and you're sitting in the ward that I represent, which is the North Ward. I have been a proponent and supporter of housing for decades. People that know me know that. The one thing that I'm proud of today is we finally got some of us in the room so we can all hear the same message and leave out of here knowing that we got work to do collaboratively. Thank you.
Representative Zinger.
I'm Representative Jeff Zinger. My district is District 74 with the west side of Forsyth County. I've been involved in housing for 40 years. My first job was actually in Baltimore working for Johns Hopkins Hospital's facility design. And what I was a part of was we had a neighborhood there that we desperately needed to make changes to and to create affordable housing. So then after that, I've been a builder and developer for 30 years, and so I've built and developed about anything you can think of. And so I take those years of working in the housing industry and in the construction industry, I take that experience with me in Raleigh.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Wilson.
Good afternoon. I'm Nina Wilson with the City of High Point Community Development and Housing Department, and I am standing in or sitting in for our mayor. Unfortunately, he could not be here, and but I've been with the City of High Point now for 9 years, have worked in community development for 30 years, a little over 30 years, and we know that as we all are here to learn and just grow and find some different ways that we can certainly try to address this housing crisis.
Thank you. Mr. Blair.
Good afternoon. Michael Blair. I'm the Community Development Director for the PTRC. I am not a local official. I'm sitting in for Chris Knopf, who is the County Manager of Surrey County, and he was unfortunately not able to make it today. Worked in affordable housing through grants and finance, things like that, for about 22 years now. And as I've been in it, it's just consistently gotten worse. I mean, rents have continued to go up. Housing prices for single families continue to go up. It's a unique problem. It was exacerbated by the 2007 crash and lack of, and working mostly in the rural areas where it's even worse. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the first question will begin with you, Representative Zinger, and it's for all the panelists. How would you define the current challenges in the housing market?
Well, that's a great question. So, if you look at the housing market, one of the biggest issues we have is there's no starting point for folks. When I was coming up, you buy your first house, a starter home, and then you'd stay there for a while, and you'd sell, and you'd move up as your career advances. Well, we've effectively wiped out first-time home buying communities and developments. So they're just not being built anymore. And so when we take a look at the problem with that is we're boxing out an entire generation. To give you an example, two young folks that I know of, they just got married, going to go buy their first house, have terrific incomes. Their starter home, $350,000. They were fortunate and they were able to buy that. But the problem is that's a ridiculous threshold to put on our young people as they come out, and it boxes them out. It keeps them from creating wealth. It keeps them, and then what happens is they go into apartments. Well, the rents in apartments are, it's a demand issue. There's a lot of demand because they can't buy houses. Those rents go high, and then what happens is they can't ever get in a spot to be able to buy houses. So this is a generational issue if we don't start to change some things now.
Ms. Wilson?
I would kind of look at our housing market as a continuum, sort of like a wheel when we talk about maybe from the street to permanent housing. And if you look at it like a wheel, basically now we kind of have a cog, in several places within that wheel, and the wheel's not turning. And I know one of the issues that we're talking about affordable housing, but we also have to look at those folks that maybe are unhoused. And so with the issues that we're having with affordable housing, as I said, that really makes no room. It doesn't create any room for those folks that are in emergency shelters and things like that to actually become permanently housed just because we don't have that affordable housing. So it really affects everyone across the board, like I said, just from the street to that permanent housing.
Thank you. Mr. Blair.
Well, I think it can also be traced to over the consolidation of the building industry over the last 20 years. In talking with Andy Scott, who was my former boss in Greensboro, he made a good point where the guy that's going around in the truck with his pad on his dashboard and builds 2 or 3 houses a year is gone, and you've got basically 2 or 3 companies that build almost 80% of the new homes in America. So they're going to focus on where the money is and where the highest prices are. So your rural areas are going to be frozen out unless you drag them in and drag in regional builders. So.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Adams.
Yeah, I think where we are right now, it was inevitable after the housing crash, but even before the housing crash, building wasn't taking place like it was during my generation of my parents, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. And then it began to kind of tail off. And when you got more people, the population has grown exponentially, and they want the same quality life or better that the boomers and, again, my generation has been able to afford. It's not there for them because we never really looked at, well, do we have enough builders? Do we have enough developers? Do we have enough resources to be able to continue to build housing in America and in our cities and towns? Going back to what was stated earlier, housing is more than just putting people that work in housing. We got to look at the total picture of the unhoused all the way to those that can afford the top of the line housing. I like what the young man said earlier again. When we talk about mobile housing or trailer housing, whatever you want to call it, my family is from the country in South Carolina. That's basically what everybody lived in. That's basically what my cousins live in now. So we got to look at housing differently as to how we grow the network and the base of housing for everyone, and not just think, as they said, in terms of the sticks and wood and the brick type of infrastructure.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson, we'll begin with you for the second question. What are some of the actions that you and your colleagues are taking, if any, to address these challenges?
Most recently, like most cities, I believe, may already have a housing fund. We have initiated a housing fund in partnership with the High Point Community Foundation and Self-Help Ventures Fund, and our goal is to capitalize $40 million. This fund will be made available to developers for multifamily rental housing, and our goal is to produce 1,000 units. We know that 1,000 units is a drop in the bucket when we look at what the need is, but I always say if we can get 1, 2, 3 units, it's a win. At least we're providing some type of affordable housing. That's certainly one thing, but we also, of course, provide other things as far as helping individuals or families get into households, like the down payment assistance and incentives, as well as the housing repair programs that we make it possible for homeowners to remain in their homes when they have issues that could otherwise displace them. So those are a few of the things that we're doing.
Thank you. Mr. Blair?
Well, a number of programs that we work on at the Regional Council, one of which was a 2023 housing study in Surrey County. It was done a little differently than like this particular summit or most of the summits I've seen. It was basically run like more of an economic development meeting. There's a long process of setting up actually what the summit meeting was going to be like. Developers were invited. I think 6 developers came, about 60 people showed up. But after the lunch, they went out and looked at sites, and town managers and planners went out with them and said, here's the water sewer availability, here's the property, here's what the zoning is, here's what you need to do to make this happen. And we've actually had results from it. It's only been a year and a half, but we're already getting 110-unit single-family property in Mount Airy was basically annexed in a few months ago, and I think is under construction. Another 14 units in Pilot Mountain. And there's a couple of larger projects that are taking longer to get going, but because we made that extra effort, that's what's driving that development.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Adams.
It seems like you come to be real quick all the time. Thank you. Again, first of all, I want to thank the Triad and all of the developers and realtors that brought this group together, along with all the other sponsors today. The city of Winston-Salem, we set out and we were doing what everybody else was doing. We finally put together a housing plan for our city. We needed a robust process. You know, cities, if you don't have, like Tyler said earlier, and Patrick, a plan, you need to have one, and it needs to be able to be understood at all levels of development and people that are involved in housing. We developed tracks for developers, realtors, private folk. We developed a track for the nonprofits, churches, and those folk. And then we developed a track for the small builders that want to get in the market. And if you go to our website and look at it, it tells you everything that you got to do to get prepared or to do housing or to partner with the city of Winston-Salem. We also worked in the past few years with our lobbyists from Raleigh, our legislative representatives, and we thank them because all cities have land that's owned that you got some kind of way that's just sitting there. But you need to do your survey and your due diligence to find out if that land is buildable. We found out, we did a survey back in like 2018 with some grant monies and some other things, that we had over 700 and something lots. As Councilmember Clark, our chair of finance, would tell you, all of them were not buildable, but we found out the ones that were. And we lobbied, got our federal legislators to craft a local bill that we could use that land as incentive or part of gap funding for developers and realtors and builders.
Thank you. Representative Zinger?
We need to get out of the way. We're not going to solve this if we don't turn loose the private sector. And what I mean by that is, you know, the problem we have is we've so over-regulated ourselves, we've regulated ourselves right into a hole. You know, private sector will build what will sell, but they can't build stuff that they can't make money on. And so if you look at regulation over the last 30 years, it's absolutely exploded. I used to be one of those custom builders that drove around and did 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 houses a year. Well, the amount of regulation that's come, when that stuff comes down the road, it adds cost. You either have to turn that cost over and pass it on to the consumer, or you got to figure out a way to cut something else. Well, the problem is that regulation goes, the price of the houses doesn't go up at the same distance. That's when you get these big tract builders in. A tract builder that buys a train load of drywall gets a better price than the guy that builds 5 houses. And so when it comes to development and building, we're just over-regulated. So what's going to happen this year, I feel confident of it, there's going to be a housing bill that's going to come out of Raleigh. And the reason I say that is, you know, you can kind of judge the temperature down there as to who's talking about what. Well, right now, everybody's talking about housing. I'm chairman of the Housing Development Committee down there. It's a newly formed committee. And I've had people in my office that, quite frankly, from a political standpoint, would never even look at me because everybody is come together on this. And so what's going to happen is we're going to need to do some things to kind of help the cities, you know, do some things, like give you a couple examples of some stuff that's being floated out there. You allow in single-family zoning, triplexes, duplexes, quadruplexes. We have to have higher density to get lower prices. So if we're going to do that, we have to push for higher density. What does that mean? Every municipality that has water and sewer is either part of the solution or part of the problem. And so we'll find some municipalities, they're all for lower-priced housing. Your municipality, you know, and we can't have that. If you have infrastructure for water and sewer, we have got to build higher density. So you're going to see a bill. I have no idea what it's going to look like. My folder is already about this thick, and we're going to get together and really tear into that. But I can tell you, you know, I told somebody last week, I said, here's how you're going to know it's a good bill. Everybody will have something in it, and nobody will be happy.
Thank you. Mr. Blair, we'll begin with you for the third question. What are some strategies your jurisdiction has used to overcome challenges to housing policy changes and getting buy-in from residents?
Well, as a regional council, we're not quite in the same position as your city or your state government, but we have been looking at trying to get into housing development and actually developing in Winston-Salem housing that's kind of what you call IDD-centric, intellectually and developmentally centric housing, not meaning the entire property would be IDD, but other folks would have availability with some very deeply discounted units as well as sort of mid-market rate. You know, the whole point of that is the city has to agree to it, the housing authority has to agree to it, the neighborhood association has to agree to it. And so far we've been fairly lucky that everybody seems to be open to the idea, but we had to show that this is what we're going to do, how it's going to add to the fabric of the neighborhood, and it's not, and we're the regional council, we're not your typical developer. We have to be sensitive to that, and will be. And I think the educational portion of that's really important, and just letting people know what you're trying to do, and it's not, and what the intent is, and not do anything that's just without them knowing.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem Adams?
Again, I think it goes back to what Representative Zinger, Jeff was saying. Being able to get out of the way. As elected officials, I tell people you either like to be liked or you like to be hated. It's just the way it is. And you're not going to make people happy because some of you know it's not Burger King. You're not going to get it your way all the time. But what we have to understand is we were elected to lead intentionally. We were elected to look at the big picture and the big vision down the track. And that means sometimes looking at things in a different way than what was done 10, 20, 30 years ago, because the world is changing on a dime. I believe the biggest challenge for us, and we working our way through it, and we started doing it years ago, was looking at our zoning and UDOs and anything that we can do to make it easier for developers or people to build housing in the city of Winston-Salem. Our planning department in Forsyth County, if you've worked with them, they have changed to just another level of getting it done, whether it was doing COVID or anything else. We hear developers and planners all the time claim that it's one of the best departments to work with. Because if there's a problem with a developer, they will take that issue and they will work to fix it, correct it, improve it, or whatever it needs to be. Because the name of the game for the city of Winston-Salem, for D.D. Adams, I'm not speaking for the mayor and the city manager and all that crowd, is we have got to do our jobs, y'all. We got to do them better. And sometimes, again, if you can't take the heat of people being mad at you for trying to make the world a better place, get out the way.
Thank you.
There you go.
Representative Zinger.
She's hard to come behind, I'll tell you that.
You can do it. Go ahead.
So, you know, to give you an example, we got to back up and rethink what we're doing. If you go to any smaller towns or any smaller cities or any of the smaller municipalities, and you go and you look at what's the most popular neighborhood in that community. I mean, the one that they get 3 contracts on a house in a half an hour, that everybody wants to raise their kids there, all of that. You know what you're going to find 99% of the time? None of those developments could be approved now with all the stuff that we've decided is needed for a great subdivision, but the market is telling us that's a great subdivision. And so, you know, the hottest neighborhood in the community doesn't have 30% open space. It doesn't have sidewalks. It doesn't have any of that. But we think that it does. You know, we have regulated ourselves to a point where it does. So we've got to back up and rethink some of that. The other thing that we need to do on the development process is we're going to have to put some time restrictions on it so that it happens quicker. The housing market, the building market, I've been in it my whole life, does this. And so when it takes you 2.5 years to go through the process to get to a point where you can start to turn dirt, the market can change a tremendous amount in 2.5 years.
That's right.
We've got to turn it on. We require in the state of North Carolina that everything has to be engineered by a certified engineer, sealed drawings by an engineer that's in good standing. They are the professionals. We've got to get out of their way and let them move forward. And so when all of you all go home, go through that neighborhood like I mentioned, and you will find it. It's the same thing with houses. When you look at the houses that are most sought after, Blount Street in Raleigh is where the governor's mansion is, lieutenant governor's mansion is. You go down that road, and it is these absolutely incredible houses all the way down the road. I mean, they are gorgeous. Every one of them was built before there was building inspections.
Yeah.
Every one of them. My house was built in 1930. I raised 4 kids in it. You know what? It's fine. So the question is, when we look at these regulations, what are we buying? What are we paying for? We're driving the cost up, but are we getting our money's worth?
Thank you. Ms. Wilson.
Right now in High Point, we're actually working on updating our development ordinance, and we recently completed the 2045 comprehensive plan. And we are also in the midst or coming toward the end of a housing study specifically for High Point. And all of those processes involved citizen participation and community feedback. And so I think it's really important, if we want buy-in from the residents, we do have to listen to them as well. There has to be give and take on both sides of the table. And I'll just give a quick example of a project that we had a developer that was working on. It was a tax credit project, and it was initially submitted as a 72-unit family project. However, there was a lot of pushback from the community that it was going to be located in. And so the developer met with the community, as they, of course, are required to do. And one of the concerns is that the buildings were going to be 3 stories. And these units would sort of be looking over into the backyard of some of the other homeowners and the surrounding housing units. And so the developer listened. He listened to their concerns, and he actually kind of revised the project. It's now 2 stories, and as opposed to building up, he did have to build out. Unfortunately, that was a little bit more expensive, but he was able to get the additional funding that he needed. And in the end, it's actually going to be a senior project versus a family project. So I think it's one of those things where we do certainly have to get out of the way, but at the same time, we do need to listen to our residents, because they're the ones, you know, I live in High Point, and so we're living right around these projects as well. So there has to be a little bit of give and take and some compromise, I think, on both sides of the table.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Adams, we'll begin with you for the 4th question. What can building professionals and private companies do to help the public sector set housing policy?
You can help lobby. You know, most cities, bigger urban cities or mid-size, we have federal lobbyists and we have state lobbyists. Because we can't be in DC and Raleigh and know every bill that's coming through and what's going to happen to our cities and our citizens. But builders, developers, realtors, you guys, maybe I'm wrong, you got the largest platform to lobby. You have the biggest lobbying groups, advocates. You can move the needle on housing. We are doing our part, and we've done it. But again, we just like this room, we need all of you. And some of you are bigger influencers than the rest of us, and we're glad of that. But the one thing that we really need in order to get this train moving down the track is we need the ones of us that can do certain jobs to get it done, to push it, to go and do that. So clear the way, clear the path, so we can build housing for our citizens, and businesses will come because we have housing. I tried to tell everybody years ago, if there's no housing, businesses are not going to locate to your city or your county. So right now, I just want us to work together, keep the conversation going, but I don't mind talking, but I need action. Because our citizens, as we said, they need to hear from us and see that we care about them and our communities and their quality of life.
Thank you. Representative Zinger?
Get on the planning boards. You know, we got planning boards all over the place in counties and municipalities and stuff, and they're filled with a lot of really good-hearted people. They don't know about housing.
Nope.
And so they make decisions based on emotion, or they make, well, I think that would look pretty, or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's killing us. And so we need people with expectation on there, or with experience on there to do it. And so you need to do that. The second thing you need to do is you need to support elected officials that go out there and try to help with this. Because I'm just going to tell you, if we pull this off and we do a big bill this year, there's going to be some people shooting at us. And so
really?
and I'm going to give them your number. But if you can, we need your support. And so that's what has to happen, because when we get too many people that don't understand what's going on, I like to call it emotional governance. And let me go back to another thing that was mentioned. You know, if you go over here in Winston-Salem, there's a neighborhood called West End. It's right over here. It's absolutely a great neighborhood. It's very, very sought after. There was no zoning when that was built.
No.
So you go in that neighborhood and you drive through it and you'll see $1 million house. I mean, stunning. And then right next to it will be a duplex. And then a couple down from it is a $500,000 house. And then next to that is a 5-story apartment building. And then next to that is another $500,000 house. And then there's a little group home. And then there's another nice house. And then there's another duplex. It's all mixed together. It's all different incomes. It's all different kinds of people. And everybody's really happy. And so we've come along with our brilliance in zoning and planning and said, well, you know, if you have a $500,000 house, you can only live here. And if you're going to do $1 million, you can only live here. And it's ridiculous. We've got to get away from, that's what I mean about how the unintended consequences of what we've done is what we're reaping now.
Thank you. Ms. Wilson.
I believe that from the private sector, one of the things that we certainly need is expertise. I always say that we can't continue to do things the same way and expect a different outcome because we sort of see where that has gotten us. And so the architects, the engineers, the urban planners, those folks that have expertise in looking at different products and different things that may be able to meet or help us meet some of those affordable housing needs. And it does need to be not just one way or one tool. I mean, we need several tools in the toolbox. And our developers also need to be open. Again, if you may be used to doing business a specific way or a particular way, and yes, that's worked for you. But I think too, again, there needs to be maybe a little give on that side when it comes to certain things. And look at new ways and different ways of actually doing things. There are plenty of proven methods out there or construction methods, and maybe just looking at a few different things as opposed to just that, as the Mayor Pro Tem was saying earlier, you know, there are different types of housing, so not just that stick-built home, you know, on a quarter-acre lot or a half-acre or whatever. So just look at different ways that things can be done and how you can contribute to that. And at the end of the day, of course, we know it has to make sense. We know that your projects have to pencil. We know that, you know, we're not going to use something that is not proven, you know, some method or model or something like that. But just explore other ways that things can be done.
Thank you. Mr. Blair?
Well, not to get too far into it, I guess, but one of the things I learned in Surrey is to, you know, maybe it would help if some of the smaller planning departments or the county planning departments actually knew more about what a larger developer needs to develop, because they have to encourage people to come there. It's not quite like Winston or Greensboro, but they need to incentivize it. How do they do that? And what's a larger developer looking for? I don't know what that is exactly, but it would be nice if that information was given, kind of like how they cite grocery stores or whatever. You know, but just understand what the process is so they're not talking in a completely different language when they're meeting.
Thank you. What I'd like to do now, we're starting to run a little short on time for the last question. I'd like to give the panelists a 1-minute closing statement. For this one, Ms. Wilson, we'll begin with you. A 1-minute closing statement. Any parting thoughts for the audience? Key takeaways.
Key takeaways, I think, is partnership. That's certainly one thing that we certainly need to do when we look at the public-private partnerships. We know that we need our private partners at the table, and local government, we can't do it alone.
Thank you. Mr. Blair?
What I would suggest is we've got this large regional housing summit, but you need, if you're really interested in your area, you need to have a more focused summit that acts more like an economic development summit, where you actually get sites in front of builders' eyes and tell them how they can develop it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Adams.
My takeaway is that we need, again, you guys to help cities and counties work together. You know, sometimes our relationships aren't all that. We try, but sometimes it takes outside folk to help inside folk come together to decide that we're going to do something great together. You know, in the city of Winston-Salem, we've done a couple of great projects. The Enclave on the north end, phase 1, phase 2. We've done one other project But at the scheme of things, counties and cities have to work together, and we need you to help us sit down at the table and work those things out so we can have a better relationship.
Thank you. Representative Zinger.
Yeah, it's going to take everything that we've heard about today, it's going to take all of that. But we really have to sit back, and as I've said, we're going to have to sit back and review what are we doing. The smaller municipalities, are your processes and what you require, is it really being effective, or is it just costing money and slowing things down? We got to do that at the state level, we got to do it at the city level. We've got to get out of the way. The private sector and these groups that we're up here talking, they can fix it, but we're holding them up. We're restraining them. And so, that's where we have to be. And if we're not going to do that, we'll be back here again in 10 years talking about, what are we going to do? And so, I don't want to do that. I'm a lot like Dee Dee Adams here, and then I want to see some, let's go. Let's see some action. And so that's where we really need to be. And so I'd really challenge, if you're involved in government, look at what you're doing and see if it's really effective, or is it just gumming up the works. And we're going to do that in Raleigh, and stay tuned. There's going to be a bill, and like I said, you're going to know it's going to be a great bill because there'll be a bunch of people. Everybody will have something in it, and everybody will be unhappy.
Thank you. That was a great discussion. Let's give our panelists a round of applause.
Okay, see some movement. I'm sure people are taking some restroom breaks. We'll keep moving on with the agenda. We are getting ahead of schedule, so we're working through pretty well. I'm Samuel Hunter. I'm Assistant Director of Neighborhood Services here with the City of Winston-Salem. Welcome to this great city. We're glad you all are here. The next session is titled Creative Partnerships and Financing. So you heard from the elected officials and some of the appointed officials from different municipalities, but this session was put together to really understand how the sausage is made when you're talking about creative partnerships. So our first panelist will be Reverend Dr. Matthew Bussell. In addition to being a reverend, Dr. Matthew Bussell is the board chair of the Greensboro Interfaith Affordable Housing Initiative. Thank you, Matthew. Sit right there. Our next panelist is LaVon Bovell. She is the COO of Liberty Atlantic Group and the community manager for Metropolitan Village. And Metropolitan Village is located here just outside of downtown Winston-Salem, and they have a great product there as well. And that was in partnership with United Metropolitan Baptist Church, who Andy Perkins will be speaking to about their involvement in the project. Mr. Perkins is also the board chair for the Housing Authority of Winston-Salem as well. Our next panelist will be Mr. Warren Wooten. Warren is the Assistant Director of Affordable Housing with the City of Charlotte. He will be speaking about their role in the creation, the preservation, and the collaborative partnerships in the City of Charlotte. And last but not least, we will have Mr. Neil Sharp, who is the COO of Peace Haven Farm in Whitsett, North Carolina. You can make it. Okay, so I just have a few questions for them, and they can all tell us a little bit about themselves first. So Matt, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do with Greensboro?
Sure. So my name is Matt Bussell again. I'm the associate pastor for Mission and Outreach at First Presbyterian Church. And then I also chair the board of the Interfaith Affordable Housing Initiative, IAHI, which is a group of about 30 faith communities that come together to address the affordable housing challenges in Greensboro. We've been around for about 2 years, so I actually just got in the mail on Monday our letter from the IRS saying that we're a 501c3, so we are brand new. And our work is divided into 3 committees because we're church faith-based organizations. We like our committees. So we've got a family support committee that works with the YWCA and Pathways of Greensboro Urban Ministry to support families in transition. So when they're moving into or out of these organizations, we're there to help and walk alongside them. We have an advocacy committee which works with the city elected officials and staff to advocate for affordable housing policies and shows up at zoning meetings and city council meetings to promote affordable housing from a faith perspective. And then finally, we have a project committee which is currently developing plans to build 6 affordable housing units. And so we're trying to start off with projects that are realistic and attainable for our group. And then we also have a relationship with Guilford County Schools to provide support for students and families experiencing homelessness.
Thanks, Matt. Ms. Bavell, will you tell us a little bit about yourself in Metropolitan Village?
Hi, I'm Lavon Bavell, and as Samuel mentioned, I'm the Community Development Manager for United Metropolitan Missionary Baptist Church, which we also have Metropolitan Village. I'm also the Chief Operating Officer for Liberty Atlantic. My role and goal has always been with United Metropolitan was doing something that was more than buildings, something that was going to be basically housed on the church's mission and vision, which was promoting thriving communities of hope and health, along with going beyond the sanctuary. So our goal has always been, how do we reach into our community and make it better? How do we give back, and how do we lift up and not just do a handout?
Thank you. Mr. Perkins.
I've been a devoted member of United Metropolitan Missionary Baptist Church for about 24 years. And we've been talking about going beyond the sanctuary that whole period of time. My position as a member of the Planning Commission on planning membership on that for that church is to get on with the business of creating not only affordable housing but quality housing. We had some property that we had available to us, and we wanted to make sure that we can be able to get out to the community and build a community that's a gem, not only for Winston-Salem, but particularly for East Winston-Salem, because 52 Highway was constructed and essentially cut off a significant portion of East Winston, and we want to make sure we bring it back and bring it back even stronger.
Thank you. Mr. Wooten.
Hey everyone, my name is Warren Wooten. I work for a larger city south of here. And the work that I do for this city is really supporting people like this doing good work in the city of Charlotte. I also work to help the city better partner with the county and our nonprofit organizations. And really excited to be here. I'm very encouraged to see all of you here. Because what I find in North Carolina is whether I'm talking to a community of 1 million or 1,000, there are always passionate people who are trying to solve some of our community's most desperate problems. So it's great to see you all here, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you, Warren. Neil, will you tell us a little bit about yourself and your project?
Yes, thank you for having me here. It's a real privilege to be on this panel. Peace Haven Farm is a community that's all about connecting people of all abilities through living, working, playing, and learning together. So specifically was started to serve the intellectual and developmental disability population about 18 years ago, and moving forward now we are solely interested in what integration for the IDD population looks like with the broader society. And so we are developing about 89 acres just on the border of Alamance and Guilford County, right across the road from Representative Hardister's home in Whitsett, to serve around 200 people through housing, but ultimately we think around 6,000 to 10,000 people a year using different community spaces. We're set on a farm setting, but with a community center, healthcare, and some other community-based facilities and programming.
Perfect, thank you. So, and we'll just go down the line for this question. So, Mr. Bussell, will you tell us, how did you all determine who your partners were for the Affordable Housing Initiative?
So when we started 2 years ago as a small group of faith communities coming together to figure out what we could do to make an impact on affordable housing, we had lots of questions and not many answers. And so we started off by having conversations, inviting in different groups to present, and then those started to form our relationships and our partnerships. word spread, and we went from a small group of 6 or 8 faith communities, and we've grown, and kind of with each new faith community, we've brought in people with new connections to other organizations. And so it's been a very organic finding those in the community with the same passion and who we can work together with.
Thank you. I'm going to send this question to Mr. Andy Perkins. So how did you all determine who your partners would be for Metropolitan Village?
Well, first and foremost, I'm an engineer by training and trade, and I don't do anything without a plan. And so our planning group at the church made a decision that we would go out for a request for proposal for a designer and a planner to come in and help us with what our goal was, which is to get beyond the sanctuary and provide quality housing, affordable housing, but more importantly, to provide other medical and health activities for that community in East Winston. So we went out and did our request for proposal. We evaluated several members, but we decided on Liberty Atlantic because they also had the vision that we had, which was to provide services that will uplift and not give a handout, but uplift our community so they can be, again, be a viable member of Winston-Salem as a whole.
Thank you. Warren, I know you all do a lot of projects, but how do you all determine your partners for some of your projects?
Yeah, so, we're dealing with a multitude of needs, and I think that what we're discovering is some of the best partnerships come from really unlikely places. Down in Charlotte, the business community has really stepped up, really understanding that affordable housing is good business. It's really good business. Understanding that if we're going to have teachers and officers and first responders in our community, then they need places to live. Understanding that if we're going to have people working in our shops and our restaurants, then they need someone taking care of their child care. And so this is something, and I think that this is happening in all of our communities where, I'll just highlight that, really the business community has become really curious about the roles that they can play in helping solve some of these issues. And they've really been stepping up with resources, with financing ideas, allowing their staffs to be volunteers on projects in ways that I haven't seen in the past.
That's awesome. Neil, will you tell us a little bit about, how you all selected your partners for Peace Haven?
Yeah, you put it great to say that they come from unlikely sources. And so I think really focusing less on mission overlap, but more on mission intersect and how we can accomplish the goals of our partners together. So not necessarily the same goals, but how we can come in a parallel fashion has been really important for us. And so looking at different municipalities obviously is important for us because of our geographical location, but more understanding the direction of economic development, of the partnerships that we're trying to work with local universities and other community-based organizations has been really important for us to understand how can our mission supplement and come alongside and vice versa.
That's great. So, and we'll go down the line again. What made the collaboration between you and your partners a success?
So IAHI is new, but the faith communities that are part of it are long established faith communities and have strong relationships with our partners. So, for example, Presbyterian Church of the Cross has a really strong connection with the YWCA, and West Market Street United Methodist Church has a strong connection with Greensboro Urban Ministry. And so we're building on these existing relationships, not starting from scratch. The other thing is that we're coming in and we're trying to fill in the gaps. We're not saying we're going to be developers or we're going to do transitional housing. We're coming in to try to meet unmet needs.
Thank you. Ms. Bovell, will you tell us what made the collaboration between you and your partners a success?
For us, it started with the vision and mission of the church. One of the things that was key for me was partnership and collaboration. Once we were able to develop that with the different partners we had, which was Atrium, United Metropolitan Missionary Baptist Church, Catalyst, QOZ, the different partners we brought together. Once collaboration was brought to the forefront and everyone understood, it became easier. But one of the things that helped us a lot was the developer that we brought in, who I'm now part of, which I think is probably kind of confusing for a lot of people. But that was an agreement that was made with the church when we first started, that once the project came out of the ground, I would move over to Liberty Atlantic, but still continue to manage the project for the church. But what made it even easier was we found a developer that was not just a GC, they were the developer and the property manager. And they also understood the complexity that we had that we were looking for. For me, like I said, it was more than building, so we had to really sit down and understand what does it mean by the church when they say promoting thriving communities of hope and health. So that's where Atrium came in. That's where United Metropolitan came in spiritually, and the developer. So for me, it was a collaboration that made it work for what you see now, Metropolitan Village.
Thank you. That's great. Mr. Perkins?
And that collaboration, in fact, created a trust, not only between the church, but Liberty Atlantic and the other partners in terms of Atrium and other entities within the city of Winston-Salem to provide us those health activities, those opportunities to be able to teach financial reliability, to be able to get the project out the ground, stay under budget, and it's on time. So we've completed 3 units already. We have the community center that's about 85% complete. The key issue is that will be a center now for all of the folks within East Winston and other parts of Winston-Salem to come in and be able to say, wait a minute, I can find a little bit of financial help here. How do I grow wealth? I can go over and find out that I might have a heart palpitation, and I can talk to a medical person. That person can now navigate me to Atrium or to Novant. The key issue is we want to be a growth opportunity within the city of Winston-Salem as if we are an integral part of that city. And therefore, we want to be able to grow this community as it was before and make sure it's a thriving community going forward.
Thank you. Warren, will you tell us a little bit about that too?
Sure. So, I think we're all really clear about there's lots of disagreement in our communities and in our nation right now. And I think that a lot of times we operate under the false premise that we need to agree with each other on everything before we can do anything. And we actually only need to agree with each other on something to do something. And so, what I would encourage you to do is, I've identified a lot of great partners in Charlotte who help the city connect with partners who normally don't want to talk to anyone in government or step foot into a government building. But when they start understanding that, hey, we might disagree with you on how you're running permitting, what you're doing on code enforcement, how you're handling this budget item, but we're really aligned on providing affordable housing or making sure that everyone has access to medical care or making sure that each home can be energy efficient. I think that this is where we find those partnerships in unlikely places, is where we focus on finding the one thing that we can agree on and working on that one thing.
Perfect. Neil, will you tell us a little bit about your successes with your partners?
Sure. It's been really difficult. Peace Haven has been in existence for 18 years, and I think one of the biggest obstacles for doing work in a community-based organization, a nonprofit, a faith-based space, is having the capacity and the time horizon to build those deep partnerships because it takes so long. We've been really lucky that we've had the philanthropic support and public support to really develop those deep relationships, but it has been slow organic growth. We've found a lot of success now because we've been able to demonstrate on a small scale those successes, but also illuminate the need. So 4% of the population has an intellectual and developmental disability. Extrapolate that out for parents and caregivers. all of a sudden you get to a pretty significant number of people that are affected by IDD. And like you just said, that doesn't mean that we agree. Luckily, IDD is something that reaches everyone. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. And so finding that alignment and agreement on something has really been helpful for us to say, hey, here's our mission. This is what we're focused on. No matter what your political persuasion is, this is something that affects you. It's an economic driver and an economic attraction point if there are supports for families, just like having affordable housing. It's an attraction point for folks to move to our area, knowing that there are really valuable and quality support structures and systems in place. And so I think just to build off of what you said, it's really building those partnerships on the foundation of agreement rather than of conflict.
Yeah, that's great. So we know there's a lot of success with these projects, but there's also some challenges. So would you mind sharing some of the challenges that you all experience?
Sure. So as an interfaith organization, we have organizations that have, or faith communities that have different ways of making decisions. So Westminster Presbyterian Church will make decisions in a different way than Holy Trinity Episcopal, which will make decisions differently than Temple Emmanuel. And so sometimes it's unclear who is making the decisions and if they're in the room or not. And sometimes we have to say, okay, for us Presbyterians, it takes a while. And so we've got to ask a couple months out so that they can go through our long process and get an answer. So that can create some challenges. The other big challenge that we're facing right now is I talked about how we started off as a learning group. So we have come in to learn about the challenge of affordable housing. And now we're shifting to what can we do to address affordable housing. And that's a tricky transition because it's really comfortable to learn, but to actually do something in the community is hard, and it makes people nervous. And so we're navigating that challenge right now.
Thank you. Ms. Beville, some of the challenges you experienced?
I think the biggest challenge was getting people to understand our model. We were very intentional of not using government funding.
Absolutely.
So that was a challenge by itself, for people to understand how are they going to be able to afford quality, affordable housing without subsidies. So that was the first challenge we had. The second was, the challenge we faced was many residents didn't believe us that we were going to actually not displace them. But all the tenants that were good faith tenants, we actually moved them into brand new units without displacing them. So for us, it was building community trust. And then it was also for us teaching and educating that there's a different way to actually create affordable quality housing without using subsidies, but partnering with the city still in order for you to be able to go through entitlement and planning, because we got Metropolitan Village out of the ground within 2 years.
Correct.
So the challenges were there, but it took us by, having the patience and partnering in order for us to see, to create what you see now.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins?
If any of you have ever been in a Baptist church, you realize that the pastor can sit up there and say, we want to get outside the sanctuary as many times as you possibly can, but you have a reluctant body that doesn't really think you can do it. Our motto when we had the planning group was, let's get forward, let's get moving on demonstrating that we can accomplish this with the assets that we have in the church. Once we made the selection of Liberty Atlantic, the rest was simple, because not only did we take advantage of the great leadership of Reverend Ballard, Reverend Rivers, and now Reverend Armstead, and the entire congregation, they can see coming out of the ground in 2 years, 3 units, and the community center. Think what that does. It creates an enthusiasm not just in their hearts, but in their children's hearts, their grandchildren's hearts, there's their sons and daughters. And it helps us to be able to navigate further projects and make sure, because I believe in, number one, figuring out what the heck you want to do and go do it. And that's what we've done in terms of Metropolitan Village.
Thank you. Warren, some of the challenges you all experience in Charlotte with your partners, you want to share?
Oh. So I think that what we're experiencing now and probably for the foreseeable future is really can be bucketed into two categories. It's all capacity, right? So it's human capacity and financial capacity. So first of all, if you, sitting in the audience, are one of the thousands of men and women in North Carolina that provide direct services to our most needy neighbors, thank you so much for what you do. It is tiring, it is nerve-wracking, and it's what makes the difference. It doesn't matter how much affordable housing, and I'm the affordable housing guy in Charlotte, I'm gonna say it. It doesn't matter how much affordable housing we have, that if we don't have the people to walk beside our most needy neighbors who have an array of challenges. They have physical health challenges, they have mental health challenges, they have child care needs, they have need to get educated, to get upskilling and reskilling. If you do that work, thank you so much. But it is going forward going to be one of the biggest challenges that we have is to protect that population that's doing that work for us from burnout and give them the resources so that they really can thrive doing the work that we're doing. And then we're also going to be financially challenged going forward. We think interest rates are high right now. All of the information I'm getting is that interest rates are currently low compared to what we may see going into the future. So the projects that are having a hard time right now are going to have a harder time moving forward. But I also see both of those challenges as opportunities for us to continue to work together.
Thank you. Neil, will you share some of you all's challenges?
Can I go before him next time? I was going to say the same thing, and maybe in a different way. Capacity, and Representative Zinger mentioned this earlier, is the target is always moving, right? From so many regulatory bodies that often are in conflict with one another, municipalities as well as agencies that we deal with, DHHS, DHSR. So being the intermediary between those is really difficult. And that requires an immense amount of human and financial capacity. And at the same time that you're navigating those waters, the need for financial capacity only grows because of price escalation. And so that's absolutely the hardest thing that we deal with. And no one is an expert on any of this. And so it just requires a slow and steady marathon that can bring together these bodies. But that requires people that are there to run that race.
Thank you. So last question for you all is, why is cross-sector collaboration important for the creation and preservation of affordable housing?
So when faith leaders go to seminary to become faith leaders, there's not a class on how to develop affordable housing. There's also not a class, surprisingly, on how to maintain your facilities and make sure that they're fully utilized. And so what we've found is with our partners is that we have expertise gaps. And we're not going to be able to do everything and know everything as faith communities. We can come in and see needs in the community. We can come in and be the moral voice. We can come in and walk alongside people in need. But we also need people who know how to fix the plumbing and to build the buildings and to do all that stuff that we're not trained and equipped to do. But we have. Look at your faith communities around the country, around your community. There are faith communities that have unused space, that have unused property. We've got those resources. And so coming together, we can meet the needs together, and we just can't do that isolated.
Thank you. Ms. Bavell?
Public funding for the community is infinite. But, I was part of the private sector before I came to Winston-Salem, and I witnessed in 2007, Blackstone Group bought a company by the name of Equity Office Properties for $39 billion. I was part of that. That's a private sector that literally bought something for 39. And my question was, how can we now bring those two together? You have a private sector and you have a public sector, but you have a private sector that has unlimited funds that's able to work. How do we make that work? We've proven to be more impactful when mission aligned. So it's not just about the dollars and everything else, but how do we align with the mission and the vision that's there? It's also about, organizations working together. We can't just all just stay in our own little pockets. And we've seen that with Metropolitan Village. And the other thing is more resources and diverse range of perspective and expertise is essential. We have to figure out how do we work together, partnership, collaboration. I can't say that enough. And that's why, for me, Metropolitan Village is out the ground and you're seeing what is there now.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins?
And that collaboration extends to the church itself. You've got to have folks who have financial background and know what they're talking about. You need to have a tax expert to be able to tell you what your tax consequences are. And you also need engineers who are familiar with construction, who can go out, instead of going to church every Sunday morning at 10:30, you can go out on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and check out what's going on this construction site in order to be able to be a strong partner with Liberty Atlantic, our partner. So all of these things have to work together. As my favorite Dee Dee walks up in front of me, we want to be action-oriented all the time, but action-oriented with good, solid facts so we can be able to make good decisions as we go forward. This is not the only project the United Metropolitan Missionary Baptist Church is going to do, but we have the experts in-house to be able to help us to make sure that we're doing it and doing it right.
Thank you. Warren?
I feel like the lone wolf city guy up here with a bunch of faith leaders. But I go to church too. Are any of my Methodist friends in the house tonight? All right. And then my good buddy, a good friend of mine, David Dukeson, was in the back. If you're in the Methodist church and you want to be a pastor, they'll give you a book. And in that book, it says this: where your greatest longing meets the community's greatest need is your calling, right? So I talked about these challenges, human capacity, human capital. Nelson Mandela said that most human suffering is created by man, and that means it can be solved by men. So the answer to a lot of this in this partnership is sitting in the room with you. I believe that there's a bright future for the faith community stepping in not only to develop affordable housing, but to help provide services back to these organizations and respite for these frontline workers doing the work. I believe that there are business leaders that are willing to take some money that they're making 15% on it, put it over here and make 5%, if they know that it's building something that's going to last past them. So that's just two examples of where I know that there's a lot of, sometimes it feels hopeless, but I can see from where I'm sitting so much hope because you all are sitting here together wanting to do this work. And I believe that the resources to solve the problems are actually sitting in the community with us. And we just need to be humble and collaborative and be willing to say, I don't know how to solve all of it. I can't do everything, but I'm willing to do something. And I don't have to agree with everyone on everything. I just have to agree with someone on something to get it done. My pastor would be proud.
Amen, brother.
All right.
Amen.
Neil?
Well, I'll take off my Peace Haven hat and put on my previous career hat, which was in the Methodist Church, where in Seattle, I lived in Seattle and worked for the Methodist Church and was over a 4-state region with their assets and properties. And I'm going to bring this back to collaboration. The thing that is so incredible about the work that happens in places where it's the most innovative is, to put it bluntly, people are dumb enough to try. And I put myself in that boat. I'm not a developer. That's not my background. My background's in classical music and divinity. But here I am doing what I feel like is a pretty major development project. And But the thing that I have is not the expertise on how to be an engineer, but an expertise on how to convene people and understand who the experts are that we need in the room. And so to piggyback on that yet again, is to say, find the people that we can collaborate with, find those moments of agreement, and the alignment. I mean, we're all saying the same thing, and I'm just the person here on the end that's saying all the wisdom in the room. But finding those places where collaboration happens, those intersection points, and often I think it happens on the margins, right? Change happens on the margins. That's where innovation happens, and I feel like that's really what we need right now. Find the unexpected partnerships and collaborations, see what happens, and then bring the people around the table that need to be there to implement the plan.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause, please. So we're going to take a brief recess, 15 minutes. We tried to buy back some time here. Use the restroom, get some coffee. We have one more session coming up for you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. We will finish our last session here, and if you want to take your seats, thank you for your attendance today. My name is Jesse Day. I'm the planning director for the Piedmont Triad Regional Council. Really appreciate you staying the whole day and going the long haul. I hope this program today has been useful for you. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our speakers for our last session of the day, our Development Resources panel. So we have two distinguished folks from the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond and also from the Institute for Minority and Economic Development. Our first speaker from the Federal Reserve Bank is Carrie Cook. She's a community affairs officer for the Fed in Richmond and also serves as the Vice President of Community Development. In these roles, she leads the community development team and strategy across the district, which covers several states from north of Richmond all the way down through Charlotte. Provides insight on economic conditions and issues affecting low and moderate income communities. She also provides strategic leadership for the bank's various advisory councils and serves as the point of contact on matters related to the Community Reinvestment Act. Prior to joining the Richmond Fed, Cook served as the founding executive director of Greenlight Fund of Charlotte, launching a national venture philanthropy model that promotes economic mobility for low-income communities. She also previously served in vice president roles for economic growth, talent development, and government affairs at the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance, and in addition to serving as regional liaison for the late Senator Kay Hagan from our region. Cook earned her bachelor's degree in communications from the University of North Carolina at Greensboro and her Master of Public Administration from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Welcome back, Carrie. I invite you up to the stage, and then I will introduce our second speaker. Nicole Guillemey is the project director for the South Atlantic Small Business Transportation Research Center, as I mentioned earlier, program of the National Institute of Minority Economic Development. She leads the Small Business Transportation Resource Center established by USDOT, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. In this role, she is responsible for the execution and implementation of the regional South Atlantic Small Business Resource Center project in the states of Kentucky, DC, West Virginia, Virginia, and North Carolina, similar coverage area to the Fed. She provides technical assistance and counseling to support minority women entrepreneurs and compete for transportation and construction projects at the federal, state, and local level. She has 29 years of experience and a proven track record of success working with marginalized, underserved, and disadvantaged populations in transportation, higher education, health, and the housing industry. She is a seasoned professional with excellent leadership skills, and she's a native of Florida. She graduated from Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach and has a bachelor's degree in speech communication and has a master's degree from Bowling Green State University in interpersonal communication. I invite you up to the stage, Nicole, and I will turn the mic over to Carrie, and she's going to give a presentation on some of the strategies that the Fed is using to support housing.
Click right here. That should advance. That should advance, okay.
Well, good afternoon. It's hard to come at the very end of the day, so we're going to have to keep the energy up as we get started here and hopefully close out with a strong message on how we move towards solutions. Again, I'm Carrie Cook. I lead community development for the Federal Reserve Bank, and our 5th district footprint includes Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, Washington, D.C., South Carolina, and North Carolina. So it's a privilege to be with you all today and to talk about some of our efforts in housing. And you'll hear that this presentation is largely dedicated to rural housing because our 5th District Bank has really leaned into rural issues because of our dual mandate at the Fed. One is around price stability, and so housing certainly is a key factor in both price stability and in labor market participation. If you don't have housing available for your workers, then you're not going to be able to have the kind of thriving economy that you want to have in your local community. And so, again, we will go through high level what we're seeing, our research and engagement, and then some solutions to address housing accessibility and affordability. So I like to do a what and then a so what. So let's start with the what. And before, actually, let me give you 2 disclaimers because we're in a very fun environment. The first disclaimer is that the opinions are my own. They are not those of the Federal Reserve Bank or anyone else. This is the world according to Carrie Cook and some of our data and research. And my second disclaimer is that I have a 5-month-old baby who wanted to wake up at 2 a.m. and do cuddles and goo goo gaga. So I am going to be as polished and persuasive as I can, but I'd appreciate your grace if I slip. Okay, so key considerations for rural housing and for housing in general. Many of these will translate into urban and suburban areas as well. Housing access and affordability. What we see is, of course, rising home prices and interest rates are a part of the dynamic environment that we're in and continue to contribute to declining home ownership and declining home ownership affordability. Renting, some of our data is showing that renting is often a more affordable option, but renters are more likely to be housing cost burdened. And when I say housing cost burdened, I mean spending more than 30% of their income on their monthly housing. The decline in home building, and particularly rural home building, contributed to our current housing shortage. Rural communities with higher permitting rates saw greater housing supply and growth. Those who do not have easier permitting processes or other things in place saw, not surprisingly, lower growth. Growth in residential construction input prices further contributed to the growth in recent prices in the year. So soft costs, material costs, other things have contributed to the increase in housing prices. The other key consideration here is that income, labor availability, the housing market, banking conditions all present challenges to developers in rural communities. And so we're going to talk a little bit, both urban, rural, and suburban, and we're going to talk a little bit about not just the challenges, but what are some potential solutions we're seeing across the 5th District. Again, the key challenges, not surprising, you've heard this today, lack of enough scale to attract developers. So sometimes these are smaller projects or the scale is not big enough that a developer wants to focus on that market or bring their projects to that market because it's more expensive. Limited flat land. So sometimes we see that topography has a big difference in what you're able to build and develop. A desire to maintain a small town feel. Sometimes communities are not necessarily in support of growth and new construction and new homes. And so how do you address that and balance the needs of the community and bringing more density so that you can accommodate workers and jobs? Second home buyers as competitors. So this is a big one that we're actually seeing post-pandemic, where particularly this is a challenge in destination locations. So locations near tourism or near the coast or in other areas where folks are going to buy second homes, and that's shrinking the shortage of homes for local home buyers. And that competition increases the demand for higher end homes as well. And then absentee land owners. This really creates a hurdle for small towns because we've done some assessment around the district, and the data really shows that there are a number of properties that could be redeveloped into higher use properties, but when you have absentee landowners who are not interested in redeveloping that property and bringing up the housing stock in the area, that's another challenge and key consideration to addressing the home building issues. So now what? What do we do about this? We don't want to leave you with just like, here are the challenges. We want to present some solutions that we're seeing across the 5th District and how people are approaching the housing challenges that they're seeing. So 4 strategies to deal with the housing shortage. The first strategy is coordination and intentional approach. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, but really having coordination. You just heard from a panel of faith leaders and government leaders and other folks who really have to be at the table together for a coordinated approach if you're going to move your housing development forward in your area. Attracting developers is a second strategy. So we'll talk a little bit about financial incentives and other ways to improve the regulatory environment that helps to attract those developers who will build the housing stock. The third strategy is making land more available. So supply is key to reducing prices. And so revisiting zoning laws, which is happening across the district when you look at different municipalities. Investing in buildable home sites, including infrastructure. So oftentimes, I'll travel across the district, I'll be with our president or our bank president or other members of the team, and we will see that there's land there, but it doesn't have the infrastructure needed to bring the development online. So investing in buildable home sites, bringing water, sewer, bringing other things that allow that land to be developed and investable is a huge part of the strategy to deal with land availability. And then leveraging unused land or structures. So there are many communities where there is unused land, there are structures that are dilapidated that could be redeveloped. And so, that leads really into the last point around land banks and repurposing some of the old and dilapidated structures. And then the 4th strategy is tackling construction costs. How do you do that? There's maybe some ideas that we can throw around about how to tackle construction costs and what some solutions may be to doing that. So again, I want to go strategy by strategy, but just very quickly, in the interest of time, I want to make sure we give a high level of what we're seeing around these different strategies. So again, the first strategy, the problem, lack of coordination, focus, and engagement to really address the issue. If folks in that community view housing as part of a broader economic strategy, it certainly helps. We've seen examples across the district where housing is not something for somebody else to figure out. It is a coordinated, intentional approach with a number of different stakeholders. And you get buy-in from the local groups who come together, faith-based, nonprofit, philanthropy, government, and folks come together in the spirit of increasing and improving their housing stock. Examples of this include I-68 in the regional alliance that developed in the 3 states there, New River Valley Authority, and Cecil County, Maryland. So very quickly, an example of this, the 5 counties along I-68, the regional alliance, came together and said, how do we really improve our housing stock? They were eager for direction, they wanted stronger supply of market rate housing, and they ended up hiring a consulting firm to help them study their specific market and get some strategic guidance. And so CZB was able to help them with this. The proposed study and the creation of the plan looked at a housing coalition as the first step for the broad build support of their work and started to put together a framework for how they could implement some of their plan. Another example, this one comes from the Cecil County Comprehensive Growth Plan that they put together. And again, we also know this takes time. You will not change your housing footprint in your locality overnight. So this is an example of one that started in 2010 and now we're seeing the development come online. But they came up with a plan that really looked at moderately priced housing, fragmented infrastructure that they had, and really that fragmented infrastructure slowing the pace of development. And so they had goals around how do we address that. And then they really said, okay, the goal for us here is to incentivize development and to encourage maximum growth and high density. How do we do that? Through this comprehensive land plan. And all of these examples are things that we share out in our research and engagement and publications, because we really believe that as we're learning what's happening across the district, one of the best things we can do as a Federal Reserve Bank is share that with other communities. So we shouldn't just learn, we should learn and then write about it so that other communities who have like characteristics districts say, oh, we have those same assets, we have those same resources, we could develop something similar to X community who has moved forward their housing plans. And so all of this is really available on our Richmond Fed website when you're looking for examples of communities that have moved forward. So attracting developers is the second strategy. Again, the problem is around the lack of developers who are willing to develop in rural communities because of the cost and the constraints and some of the other issues we've talked about. And so one strategy is to offer financial incentives. So offer incentives that offset construction costs or increase returns via tax policy. You could also build support for new construction among local and state officials, and then you could improve the regulatory environment. And so I'll talk a little bit about that. So financial incentives, how many people are already in their municipality working on some type of tax abatement program or something to incentivize development? Just show of hands that you know of. Okay. Not very many, so maybe this is an opportunity to think about for your community. You know, tax abatement programs for real estate, excluding multifamily, are out there. The incentive helps to induce rehab and replacement of residential properties. And here's some of the guidelines around this particular tax abatement program in Wise County, Virginia. But the benefit is that added value will not be included in the assessment for 5 years. So again, when you look at short-term, long-term, and weighing the opportunity costs, there's an opportunity to go ahead and get your housing development going via tax policy and then continue to look at returns for years and years to come. Attracting developers, improving the regulatory environment. It's no surprise to anybody in this room that costs have increased, including regulatory costs, which add to the final price of the home. Adding to that, the National Association of Home Builders noted that levels of regulation imposed by governments accounted for almost $94K of the final price of a new single-family home built for sale. So $41,000 higher price due to the finished lot, about $52,000 due to regulatory costs, and the timelines from start to finish have grown as well. So just longer timelines, increased costs, all of these things play a role in developers deciding to step out if the regulatory environment doesn't make sense for them to build. Making more land available was the third strategy. And so, again, the problem is a shortage of buildable land, green space, infrastructure, existing vacant and dilapidated structures are all challenges that communities are dealing with. And some of the strategies include revisiting zoning laws, investing in buildable home sites, leveraging unused land or structures, and then repurposing old and dilapidated structures, including the use of land banks. How many folks have a land bank in their community? That you're aware of? Okay. Okay. All right. So land banking is another opportunity, and even thinking about rezoning. Many times when you're looking at rezoning, it's going to be a process, but this is something that communities are dealing with. And this is an example from Bluestone Town Center, where they looked at a rezoning, rezoned from single family to multiple dwelling residential general business district, which gave medium density and mixed residential plans for their community. The developer worked with the local housing authority to gain support, and the rezoning allowed for a new town center development, which is a key part of why this all worked. And home ownership in this plan will be targeted towards first-time home buyers with incomes between $60,000 and $100,000. The rentals will serve families with $40 to $60K in income. And so again, another example of making land available, rezoning, and how it helps contribute to development in a community. Repurposing old buildings, so some of the strategies here are establishing a database of abandoned and dilapidated structures. One of the things we were surprised to find is that we were in different municipalities around the district, and folks didn't have a compilation of what the abandoned and dilapidated structures were. So if you don't know what your resources are, then you don't know what you have an opportunity to redevelop and to recapture in terms of your housing stock. Ownership, work with owners to improve the structures or establish the willingness to transfer the asset. You can establish enforcement codes, establish land banks to acquire properties, and then establish process for the land bank to return properties to the highest and best use that the community wants. And that's a key piece that I want to say, that the community wants. It's an important part when the land bank is taking ownership of these properties that they're hearing from the community around what does the community want to advance their housing and how do they want to advance their housing. The last strategy, tackling material costs. The problem, again, no surprise, construction costs rose sharply in 2020 and remain elevated. Strategies. Some of the things that we're seeing communities do are higher density. So where it was a single family on one lot, you may be able to do a quad now on one lot. I live in Charlotte, and the new UDO that was passed last year allows for greater density in some areas. When you look at rural areas, some of the strategies that we're seeing include smaller homes, more starter homes, ADUs, and manufactured housing. Manufactured housing has worked really well in a couple of small towns throughout the district, and I'm happy to share some examples. Those are also, again, on our research and engagement around what we produce and publish on our website. So manufactured housing, one quick example, and then I want to sort of wrap it up here. Single-family, high-quality, energy-efficient manufacturing homes are used as a strategy in a community, Kilpatrick Woods in Hagerstown, Maryland. They have really leaned into this and developed a community at the heart of Hagerstown. It's the largest of its kind, 241 single-family homes with high finishes, front porches, 2 and 3, or sometimes 4 bedrooms, priced below comparable site-built homes. So this is really a strategy for this community, and the target is first-time home buyers, working families, et cetera. The prices are the prices of the home are in the mid-200s to 300s, and they include lifestyle amenities in the neighborhood, Kilpatrick Woods. So it's one example of something we've seen work across the district, and that the supply came online, and the demand was there, but the supply is in line with the demand based on price point, features, other things that local folks were looking for in their housing. So I'll stop there. Those were the first 4 strategies I want to leave you with very quickly, examples we've seen across the district. Our team is always happy to support you in the work that you're doing across the district. If you have data requests, any requests around topics specific like housing or community development finance or other things that you're interested in. But community development at the Federal Reserve Bank is a lesser known part of the work that we do. Most people associate us with simply the monetary policy and the interest rate setting. Community development is one of the 5 core functions at the Fed, and it's an important function that helps to inform monetary policy because we have to know what's going on within our communities and how to support investment across the community so that we have thriving local economies. So I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you, Carrie. Yeah, where do you want to go? Thank you, Carrie. That did spur some ideas. I do want to give a chance for Nicole to present on what they're working on around housing issues at the National Institute. So go ahead.
Thank you, Jesse, for having me here, and thank you. It's my pleasure to serve on this panel with Carrie. I want to take a moment, too, and acknowledge 2 of my colleagues, co-workers, team members that are here. And so we have John Hamm, who is VP for the Center for Strategic Partnerships. So I want to say hello to him. And then we also have Shanika Kent, who is with the Institute of Community Development Initiative. And so I share that because I think it's really cool and appropriate. And if you all don't know, the Institute for Minority and Economic Development, or some of you may know it as the Institute for Community Development, really are doing some exciting and interesting things right now to ensure that minorities and underserved populations, i.e. minority businesses, as well as women businesses, really get the opportunity for advancement to build wealth. And they do that, I know most of you know, that wealth is primarily built through home ownership and entrepreneurship, right? So we'll just level set it, starting with that. What I also want to do, because I know it's been a long day and everybody's probably ready for everything to wrap up, but just bear with us and bear with me a little bit longer, and I think you will find that there's some good information to share with you. What I like to do is say good morning. Good afternoon. I know that. Well, I'm just trying to see if So good afternoon, and again, my name is Nicole Giammi, and I serve as the project director for the Institute. And so as the project director for the Institute, again, our goals are in the housing area and entrepreneurship. I work under the Center for Entrepreneurship with the Small Business Transportation Resource Center. And my goal and my work every day, all the time, is trying to ensure that small businesses, minority and women-owned businesses, are getting access to the federal and state and local contracts that are available in the transportation and construction space. So what I'm tasked with every day and what I do is I am building relationships. I'm collaborating with different stakeholders to build our portfolio of who we have access and resources for our clients. We're doing technical assistance, and we're providing counseling because, again, you don't know what you don't know, right? And if we are going to help these businesses be successful, we've got to help them understand the lay of the land. So when you think about Center for Entrepreneurship, when you're thinking about SBTRC, our goal is really just providing technical assistance, training, counseling, and helping them connect those relationships to compete for those contracts at the federal, state, and local level, right? So that sounds easy enough, it sounds simple enough, but we know that it's not. It takes a lot more than that. So just by a show of hands, if you all will, just kind of work with me for a little bit. Who are any contractors out there? So who are my contractors in the transportation or construction space out there? Okay, not that many, okay. So maybe you know some. Who are the groups in here that work with those persons that are those marginalized, disadvantaged, or those women-owned businesses or minority-owned businesses, or advocate for those persons? If not, maybe more of you will be or should be, because when you talk about housing, right, you talk, and Carrie also mentioned about infrastructure, right? And so when you talk about infrastructure and you're building housing and community, you got to have roadways, right? You got to have, if you're going to build good communities, you got to have parkways, right? Greenways and all of those different things. You got to have busing systems, right? So you have to have all of those things. So you can't talk about housing and building communities without having other road and other types of infrastructure that fall in that transportation space. So housing, transportation, and the construction that comes around that, they go hand in hand. So I think, that really is something. So who are all my housing folk out there? So every hand will come up. Still not every hand, okay. But quite a few of you. But as you think about housing, I do think you need to think about that transportation space, and you need to think about it. Why? Because you always want to follow the money. There are billions of dollars that have come into the state of North Carolina in that transportation space. And so when you think about transportation and those dollars, it's not just saying, when we think about it, people think, I'm not building a bridge or tearing up a street and those things, but it's so much more than that, right? And so one of the things from the federal government that they are talking a lot about is helping our businesses and our partners understand about pivoting and transitioning, because it's not just the engineers or, the painters or and there are painters sometimes for the roads, for the striping on the streets and for the different things. It's not just the signage people. It's not just, your excavators and those kinds of things. There are other things. They need people in communication, right? They've got to have photographers. There's all types of photogrammetry and different things like that happens. They put on a lot of outreach and different events, so a lot of times they are needing people that can plan events and do those kinds of things. So when you think about this transportation and construction industry, you need to know that it goes across all professions and understand how you all can help the businesses and those out there understand how they can take advantage of that. Again, with those dollars, and again, I think a lot of us in here, if you're businesses or if you're state, so tell you what, let me ask this question, because I want to know who I'm talking to. Who are any federal government people in here, or people that work in federal? What about state? What about city government? Okay. So again, if you work in those arenas, you already understand the benefit and the value of building those collaborations and those partnerships. So again, in this transportation space, I think there's a lot of opportunity out there for you. I think that a lot of the things that our businesses, so let me give you some pointers and some information of what I'd like for you to convey, because I think each of you, if you're not if you're not a business, if you don't have a business, you certainly, even from the housing perspective, I worked for the City of Raleigh Housing Authority for a number of years, and prior to that, when I lived in Ohio, I worked with the Lucas Metropolitan Housing Authority. So I know that when we're talking about housing in different communities, we come across an array of different people, and there's always a lot of support and resources that they need. So some of the things so while I'm here from the Institute talking with you all about the Center for Entrepreneurship, specifically the Small Business Transportation Resource Center, some things that I want you to think about is when you're talking to those minority or woman-owned businesses, the first thing that we need them to do and understand is they've got to understand who it is they want to get into business with, right? I always like to say, understand who you want to date. And when you want to get involved with federal government, state government, local government, it's important to do your homework, right? You've got to understand what's their organizational structure. You know, people just think, oh, I get this all the time. Specifically, with the North Carolina Department of Transportation, I want a government contract with NCDOT. Well, we know NCDOT is huge, right? It's mammoth, right? And so I often tell my firms, you know, you've got to do your homework. You've got to look at organizationally who NCDOT is and what their offerings are and how you can provide the service or need for them, right? So that means, what I'd like for you all to go back and share as you come across different firms or businesses, please share with them. One is they've got to do their homework. They've got to understand the agency and organization that they want to work with. And in this climate right now, the other thing that they've got to do is not enough just to come. You all were here today. I'm sure a lot of people have networked, right? You've met some people. You've passed out some cards and different things. But more importantly, you've got to build some relationships. And that takes a lot more work and a lot more energy. But I promise you, if we can help them understand the importance of building good relationships, it will get them where they're trying to go more efficiently, more effectively, and with better results. And so it's not just about, oh, I met this person, I got their card, I called them, I sent an email. You know, a lot in this business world, especially in government or within these entities, specifically when I'm talking to a lot of if it's a prime contractor, right, that has won a contract with NCDOT or within federal government or what have you, of course, they've got to have, they can't do the work by themselves, right? So they've got to find some other folk that can help them get that work accomplished. But we all know people do what? People do business and work with people that they know and who they feel comfortable with. And so you have got to help them understand the importance of building effective relationships. And then the third thing that I'd like for you all to help them understand is they have got to understand how to utilize and take advantage of all the tools and resources out there when they're looking for different contract opportunities, when they want to compete. North Carolina is awesome, really, in a lot of the tools and resources that they have to help our small businesses. But again, they've got to know where those resources are, and they've got to understand how to utilize them. And that's one of the challenges or one of the things that I see for our businesses. So just helping them understand how to utilize tools. And I'll just share a couple of things with you all, because while it may not seem like it's right now, while it may seem like it's not right now, it doesn't fit right here, right now, it certainly will be of value to them. So they need to understand the tools out there in terms of databases where you have all of this information to find out about federal, state, and local contracts. That's one of the first things that they need to be able to do. And then as they find out about those things, then they also, one of the other areas that's always a great need to many of our firms is about access to capital, right? Everybody needs the money. Show me the money. Where's the money? So they've got to understand who their banking partners are, what they offer, and make sure that they're identifying the one that's most appropriate for them. And so again, what I want to leave you all with is, when you think about the Institute, understand that it's about two things primarily, and we have resources and infrastructure to help us beyond there, but it is about entrepreneurship and housing. Those are the two areas that we operate in, and one of the areas which I fall in, and that's what I'm here to talk with you all about today, is under the Center for Entrepreneurship, and our goal is all about helping those businesses get to those opportunities that are available, because certainly they should be getting some of those billions of dollars that are coming here in the state of North Carolina. So we want to make sure that they know that. I will leave you all with this. Hopefully I've shared a few nuggets and given you just a good idea of who I am and what I'm in place to do. But beyond that, if you come across the different businesses, the firms, as you come across other colleagues that may need this information, certainly have them contact us at the Institute. My name is Nicole Giammi, and I'll spell that for you because I don't know if it's, so Nicole is Nicole. My last name is a whopper, so I'll spell that quickly for you.
It's in the program, too.
That's a, oh, so it's in your program, so you have that. And is the phone number there also?
No.
So the phone number to reach me, and I travel a lot, it's 919-799-9587. And so when I say I travel a lot, what I didn't say to you all, because I'm just trying to gauge the room here, is as a part of SBTRC, that's with the federal, we are a regional arm of the Federal Department of Transportation, right? So I'm working with Department of Transportations, not just here in North Carolina, but I work with them in Kentucky, I work with them in Washington, D.C., I work with them in West Virginia, and yes, here, of course, in North Carolina. And believe it or not, we do have businesses here in North Carolina that's doing business in all of those different states. So, again, my name is Nicole Giammi. I am the project director with the Small Business Transportation Resource Center. So we are a program of the National Institute for Community and Economic Development. So as you are coming across those businesses that are looking for opportunities to start a business, we have a women's business center, or if they're in the transportation and construction space, they certainly can reach out to me. So Jesse and Carrie, it's been my pleasure to be here. I welcome the opportunity to answer any additional questions for you. And while it may not, as you marinate and think about it, it may not readily say, you know, I know we're here at a housing summit, but transportation and housing, they go hand in hand. You can't build beautiful or vibrant communities that last, that will become legacies, if your roadways, highways, and those other things aren't taken care of. So thank you all for giving me your time, and I will answer any questions and be available afterwards.
Great. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Carrie, for your points. I do think we have run out of time for questions at this point, so I'm going to kind of wrap it up. So really appreciate your time and effort to get here. I know you've traveled a long way, and your points, I think, were very well taken. So do appreciate your time. Just a quick couple of closing remarks. Events materials and recordings will be shared post-event. So if you've signed up on the Eventbrite, you will have that emailed to you. I want to again thank all the speakers, sponsors, panelists, attendees for coming today. Really, really appreciate your time and involvement. You know, obviously the work doesn't end here. It hasn't started here, but it needs to continue. Before I ask Sue Schwartz to come back up here and do a short call to action, wanted to encourage you to look underneath the table number post on your table and fill out our evaluations. The Piedmont Triad Regional Council has partnered with Winston-Salem for this housing summit. It's the first time we've done something like this with one of our member cities. We hope to continue to do this. We'd love to hear feedback both on the content of the presentations, format, and also help inform our call to action as we go forward. So you'll find that under the placard, and I'll, at this time, quick question, Carrie? Yeah.
Not a question, just a resource, because I want to make sure we do continue to leave you with resources. The Richmond Fed launched last year a Rural and Small Town Investment Collaborative, If your town is interested in that collaborative, which helps you to develop your projects and connects you with financial institutions to support those projects and support capital investment, we'd love to hear from you. So it's a rural and small town investment collaborative. If that's something you'd be interested in to learn more about how to get your projects from ideation to execution with the training, the resources, and the dollars needed, then we'd love to hear from you.
Good. Thank you, Carrie.
And if-
Go ahead, Nicole.
And I'm sorry, I would be remiss if I didn't share with you also. Again, with the Institute, I shared with you my colleague that's here, Shanika Kent. That's with the Institute for Community Development Initiative. So I know we have some cohorts and some other things happening in the housing space, so please see her. And then the other thing that I would be remiss if I didn't share with you, the Institute also has ICAP. And so when those persons looking for loans and that type of looking for funding and resources in that arena certainly can contact us also in that area. So just wanted to leave you with that.
Okay, thank you, ladies, very much. Look at this the intrepid crowd, right? We started with 300. You are the small, the mighty. I'm going to take a personal thing. Trudell, put your hand up. Trudell. I'm sorry, my mouth isn't working well. Troy, put your hand up. You two need to meet because you're both talking about pallet homes. Okay, I've done that because I wasn't thinking I was going to run back there fast enough. My job is to give you a call to action. First of all, I want to thank Jesse and PTRC. Thank you for pulling this together. And the whole committee and our sponsors that have been here. This has been pretty amazing. You know, housing is popular. I mean, all of a sudden, you know, we used to be the housers. We were off in the corner. Oh, they'll just do that thing, that housing thing they do. No less than 7 articles in the New York Times in the last 2 weeks about affordable housing, the housing crisis, how our cities are addressing housing. Wall Street Journal, 5 articles. NPR, 7 stories. So it's on a lot of people's minds. So guess what? We are now cool. We're not the housers in the corner. But what can you do to help? You got a lot of tools, you got a lot of ideas, a lot of data, and I'm gonna say the biggest thing that you can do, because there's all the resources and the barriers, one of the largest barriers, and this comes from several different pieces of research, the biggest threat to changing our housing situation is public perception and public resistance. Ask any planner in the room what it's like to go through a zoning case. You know, it's just, you know, a duplex, oh my God, there's something, it's gonna be terrible. But what can you do about it? Well, you've got a lot of information. You can help educate. At the very first step of things you can do is talk about information, how important this is, why we need more housing choices and types throughout our communities, because we got a lot of jobs coming. We didn't just mention about those 10,000 jobs over the next 3 years between Toyota, Marshall Aviation, Boom Supersonic, and then a whole host in between. We've got also a gap before that happened. So we need some help. So take the information, share the information, all the resources Jesse mentioned, the PowerPoints, the slides, the video, share it. There are folks in your office that should have been here, but somebody had to answer the phones or the walk-ins, or your council members who couldn't be here, share it with them. Ask the speakers who have been here to come talk to your community or to create another, but sharing information is the single most important thing we can do to combat the housing crisis. So be safe on your way home, meet each other some more, network, sharing more information and stories.